unbroken.
What were you thinking? That they'd give you anything. You build them up while they tear you down, but still you never give up. You never give up.
They want to stop the fire as you hope to rise. It was most of lies like you broke inside. I know it's all love, I just gotta complain. I got your back with a rise to the flames. You'll be at it again.
I won't let go, and nothing can stop me. Unbroken.
Welcome everybody today to ESDA Round 2 presented by TraxionGG. We are at Interlagos in Brazil. The top 32 battles today are going to be fierce. Yesterday we had some qualifying and we're going to go talk about that in just a moment. Starting off, we have with us today Keenan Kusin, who is doing a little bit of troubleshooting today. He's a little bruised from fighting Roger. We'll get through it. My name is Joe Piero. We have our lovely producer, Strix9 Pulsatrix, and our super handy production assistant today, which is incorrect on our screen. Where am I? Ian Plash. I'm sorry for mispronouncing that. Man, I'm so good at that.
It's okay.
Our judges are lovely today. We got Harold McKinney, we got Ben Naley, we got Nathan Rudder. All three judges super excited. They judged yesterday. In fact, we did not have a single run below a 90 in our top 32. Just insane runs. So I'm expecting crazy battles here in this top 32 today. So you might be asking, where are we today? We packed up our bags from Long Beach last time, and we're flying south of the equator all the way down to Brazil, Sao Paulo, Brazil, an F1 track. You might know it as Interlagos, a lovely track, and we have a section that the judges picked out from the middle of the course that they want to see here. And our track, super high speed, mostly just downhill, so big commitment. A lot of drivers thrown off in the braking zone, so you have a big right-hander with an outer zone 1 right after the initiation, then a big transition into outer zone 2. The drivers then cut into inner clip 1, which really limits their speed, and then they have to push back out wide to outer zone 3, transition through a decel zone in outer zone 4, adding on the angle, cut in super close onto inner clip 2, and across the line. Such a high speed run, and we'll watch a lovely run here. Super excited to see this run. It's a lovely course demonstration presented by Bosun. So we have a restart marker right at the start. Drivers can stop right there before and want to restart their line if they're not happy with their initiation. Then they have to go through and stay on one side of the lane divider so the lead drivers give space to the chase, and then they initiate into their first outside zone. But first they have to slow down in the outside zone and put it right on the outside line through outside zone 1. Then outside after zone 1, you have to transition from line to line super smoothly to get to outside zone 2. And as you go through outside zone 2, you're trying to maintain as much speed as you can while painting that outside skid mark right on the outside of the track. A lot of drivers have been doing a great job, and then you have to slow down just a little bit to bring the car inside to that inner clip. And then once you go through that inner clip, you have to put on the power again and go all the way through and power so you get to that outside zone, making sure to not drop any tires off of the track throughout all of this. And as you power through outside zone 3, you keep it in and go transition again line to line to outside zone 4, and you go through a decel zone there, adding on angle so that you can go and transition into that next and final inside clip, which then the drivers will be back on full power to power out, push wide again, and go across the line. It is a super high speed, high commitment track. I think that from the practice I've been seeing at least, it's an amazingly close competition right now today. Everyone is just killing it. So Keenan, How are you doing today?
Man, my internet works today, so that's cool.
Oh.
I actually get to hang out with you guys today, so that's
so
cool.
Excited.
You know, I unfortunately missed qualifying and show you some technical difficulties, and by technical difficulties, I mean the entire Canadian internet infrastructure just disappearing off the face of the earth, so that's neat. So be able to actually watch you guys watch the battles today and actually watch competition today, I'm super thrilled because this track seems extremely interesting. I'm really stoked to see how this plays out. Two big slowdown zones. You know, you don't really gain speed until you're going up that hill into the second half of the course, and there's such a huge speed gain. We were doing media day on Monday, a week before the event, twitch.tv/TraxionGG, and there is like a 40-mile-an-hour pickup between that last corner and the next one.
And that's crazy, because like when you think about it, drifting, it's not just about speed, but the speed does make it interesting. So you might be wondering to yourself, what is drifting all about, Keenan, right? I don't know. Do you know?
I'm currently looking for other things because I couldn't.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So I still don't
Keenan
know.
does. So Keenan, let me tell you about it.
I have no idea.
They compete head to head, right? A battle consists of 2 runs. Each driver will lead first if they are higher seeded. Both drivers will lead once and chase once, and then the drivers will determine that one driver wins that battle based on some following criteria, such as the lead driver has to perform as close to a perfect qualifying run as possible. Good, consistent speed, not slowing down outside of decel zones, as close to the ideal line as possible, following the momentum map, and just being smooth, having some style, driving full commitment. And then the chase driver gets to have fun and do something almost completely opposite. They don't care about anything else but mimicking what the lead driver does in front of them and staying as close as possible. And sometimes it's a little bit hard to chase because in the transition you have to pump the brakes a little bit to allow the lead driver to transition through so you can get back on that door. So I heard that this season at ESDA there are some lovely prizes, and I heard that our lovely friend Devin is going to tell us all about them. So Devin, what is up with those prizes?
This season's competitors will be battling for a slice of the $1,600 money pool and a whole lot more thanks to our sponsors. This year's $300 top team and $100 Rookie of the Year prizes are presented by Big Duck Club. The Rookie of the Year will also win a wheel stand 2.0 from Next Level Racing. The season champion will be awarded $600 in addition to the FGT Elite Simulation Chassis and ERS1 seat from Next Level Racing, an R16 wheelbase RS Racing wheel, CRP pedals, and RM Digital Dash from Mazda Racing, and an Akina handbrake from 3D Wrap. Second place will be awarded $400 and an FGT Simulator cockpit from Next Level Racing. ESDA would like to thank our sponsors for supporting esports drifting, and viewers like you for watching our competition. Thank you. Now back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Devin. Amazing prizes. Keenan, maybe if you won some of those, maybe like you'd be in here and we'd be ready to go. Who knows?
I'd be able to sell it for a functioning internet connection. That would be swell.
Shout out the Roger Hatred Foundation today. So we're going to be moving into our top 32 battles, and here at ESDA we do it a little bit different than normal just to streamline things. So we break up our top 32 bracket into 4 groups, 8 drivers each, and each group will be moving in and go all the way to the top 4. In our first group today, we have Joachim Hauge, William Holloway, I see just joined the lobby. I think we might have a missing Adriel Machado. Vakaris Aliİkas. Oh man, I love how
Vakaris Aliİkas.
There it is.
I can actually read these names now. Oh my god. I think I'm finally returned.
Amine, nice. Darren Baker, Dylan Fink, and Mikhail Mordvinov. All in our Next Level Racing Group 1 here at ESDA Round 2 presented by Traxion. I'm super excited, Keenan. This is going to be the battles. The qualifying was impeccable. It was almost boring to watch with how perfect everyone's runs were.
Yeah, that was the word I was getting from a lot of you guys when I was, letting everyone know that I mostly sorted my stuff out. Was just everyone was running 90s, 90s, 90s, 90s, 90s. It was almost boring to watch because you filled all the zones, got all the angle. Very, very normal actually for this kind of drifting. We talked about it qualifying at Long Beach, where a lot of these guys were gonna have super high scores, and it was almost gonna look a little bit mundane. But with the the drama, let's say, of qualifying around number 1. We didn't really get that, but that's since been ironed out for round 2. The drivers and the staff kind of had a meeting about it and found a middle ground, and hopefully we won't be seeing any issues with initiations today causing zeros. But moving on from that, again, without having to worry so much about that, Joe, it seems like a lot of these guys were able to kind of get their round 1 jitters taken care of, get all those nervousness, get all the bugs out of their system, and able to focus here for round number 2. We saw the best of a lot of the ESDA field.
It was really amazing what we saw, and it was like hell or high water, for the best way to describe what some of these drivers had to get through to get here. I know one in our first battle, William Holloway. He had a graphics card blow on him the morning of the competition. Replaced it, readjusted, recalibrated his system, and was still able to qualify where the cutoff was a 90, Keenan.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like imagine the nerves. Yeah, imagine the nerves.
You know, and we do have stuff in the virtual world that is very similar to, you know, where you'd have a mechanical failure in real life. Blowing a graphics card is not something, not something I think anyone expects to do the day before an event. But shout out to William Holloway and that whole team of everybody with him as well. For getting that PC back up and running and being able to hopefully see him in competition. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, he's here
in competition today.
And it's amazing. We have everybody ready to go except for one, Adriel Machado, which is unfortunate for our Brazilian friends who I know were super excited to see their favorite man compete, as our chat favorite, if you will, as well. But all the battles so far, even just the drivers warming up right now, I think that these battles are already on par with round 1's battles. I think the drivers have settled into the rules, settled into the rhythm of ESDA. And there's a lot on the line this season, as we saw earlier, too. So I think that everyone's finally settling into the true, like, fog of war competition approach.
Yeah, you know, like a lot of times too, like you'll see them really nervous at the start of the season, which is totally normal. And then the more we go into a season, it's like a racing league as well. For any of those who are joining us on Traxion who may be a little bit unfamiliar with how the world of esports drifting, the more you drive with a certain group of guys, even if it's just practice, even if you don't end up battling the guy every week, you get more comfortable with everybody out there. You know, maybe Joaquim and William never met each other before, and now that they're practicing against each other, they're driving with each other, they're going to get a lot more comfortable driving against each other. So the battles throughout the year, in theory, should only get better and better and better and better. So just to fill everybody in on why we haven't started yet, I couldn't join the server. I thought that was just Roger being Roger again. Shout out to Rogers Telecommunications. You guys are awful. Roger. Do not like you at all right now. But we had some people joining with issues joining the server, and apparently it's not just me. So just get these guys get some extra practice in, get some extra warm up in, and we will let you know when we're ready to start our next level racing group number 1 here for ESDA round number 2, presented by Traxion at Interlagos. Autodromo Jose Carlos Pazzi. I really hope
you're ready to go.
I did. I'm so bummed because I did a whole I'm not going to say the name of the energy drink, but I did some videos for a certain energy drink last year, and I did a whole track guide on this entire track and practiced my Portuguese pronunciation, and I don't even think they used it. So I did all the work to make sure I didn't make any of the Brazilians angry, and I get to make them mad today, which is cool. That's what the internet said, is that it was Pache.
I better hear a lot of Portuguese today, or else.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I thought
I got hola todos and Autodromo Jose Carlos Pache. That's all I got.
Well, I better hear those no less than 10 times. Great. There we go. I'm excited to see what happens once we get all settled, and this is just the lovely truth of esports sim drifting sometimes. Just small things that really will hold up a competition, like a judge is being actively barred from the circuit by what is effectively the guards at the track. Not fun.
You know, didn't pay his taxes or something.
I don't know, man. It's no good. You got to make sure that you're... There it is. Speaking of which, I saw a name pop out on someone joining the server. Here we have an Adriel Machado. Exciting.
Yeah, everybody. I know a lot of people in chat are already decided he'd watch him drive, and they don't have to wait 8 years like they did last year. Or last round, I believe. He's not going to be in the last group. So just taking a quick look at our top 32. Another couple where we went through the names in this group, and some more names that you did not see. Round number 1, Zacho Sullivan qualified in. He's going to be in, I believe, the 3D Rap group number 3. Brandon Patrick, our 2021 champion, is on the other side of the bracket in our number 2 qualifying position. So nice to see him and Nico Stalia as well qualifying in. Alexander Element, Osasu Yoshida, Jaden Cathcart, Warren Griner. So a couple of names that weren't able to make the cut in round number 1 are going to be moving on into this round number 2, and that's going to be the flavor of ESDA. We have such a big driver pool, Joe, that you're going to see a lot of names change out, maybe names that are going to show up for one round that aren't necessarily going to be in another round. Has nothing to do with them not being there. It just simply is so tight to be able to qualify into these events that sometimes you make it, sometimes you don't. And I believe we're finally ready to get some competition rounds on the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen. Joachim Hauge, your number 1 qualifier, coming off of an excellent run in round number 1, going to be going up against William Holloway in the Kyle Mohan Racing RX-8, Monster Tricks RX-8. Joe, finally, it is time to see some drifting.
Let's see some battles here. Super excited to see it. And again, everybody here, judges, commentators, everybody has had some hurdles to overcome, so it feels so great to see these battles finally starting off as Joachim Hauge leads William Holloway in the first run of the first battle here at ESDA Round 2 at Interlagos. The lights went out. The drivers didn't go. There we go. As the drivers throw on in through the initiation, Joachim with a great lead. William Holloway tucking right on his door immediately through the first transition. No contact. Good to see. There's only 2 transitions here, so you really got to make sure that they are perfect. William Holloway, decent matching angle, very good proximity. Walking home, trying to minimize angle almost to walk away a little bit, but William saying, no, no, no, I'm going to push you across the line. So Keenan, that was a great first battle here at ESDA Round 2. What do you think?
Lots to talk about here just in round number 1, run number 1 of round number 2. I'll figure it out by the end of the day, folks. What I caught for that, Joe, is something we're going to have to expect to see again. Coming up the hill, Williams almost straightened out. I don't know if it's enough for a 0, enough for like a huge deduction. I almost did the funny. I don't know if it's enough for a huge deduction, but definitely a little bit of straightening from that Chase RX-8. Just to make sure that Joachim didn't go anywhere. They're going to switch positions here now. We're going to see William in the lead and Joachim in the chase. Something else I caught there too, Joe, I'm not sure if you guys saw it on your end, a little bit of lag coming from that RX-8 because we are in European servers.
Yes, I did see that.
The majority of our drivers currently in this group are Europeans. So something they're going to have to keep in mind. Maybe Joachim's not going to push too much in the chase. We're about to find out. Round number 2 on deck.
It seems like Joachim seems like he's worried. He's set back a little bit, so he's going to get a little bit more speed into the rip here, Keenan.
So Joachim now in the chase. William in the lead. Joachim maybe just a tire over. I remember Brandon Patrick was telling me that's good. German 1's going to be an issue with tire drops. Might just have seen it from that Chase S15. Little bit wavery in the lead position is William Holloway as Joachim's trying to keep the gap nice and close to the fastest part of the course. Big slow down. Almost getting into the door of that RX-8. A little bit shallow on the line was William Holloway. I would say nice job from Joachim in the chase. I'm not sure if there was a tire off there, Joe, in turn number 1, but that will, I think, have a significant impact on the rest of the run as William's done. Well, I don't know where William's going.
Oh, for sure. If the tire goes off, then it kind of seems like, it's game over at that point. And William, I don't know in that first run, Keenan, because Joachim was also cutting angle. That power alley, if you will, between outside zone, like inner clip 1, outside zone 3, outside zone 4. It seems all throughout qualifying yesterday, a lot of drivers were cutting a lot of angle because that's, if memory serves, from my camera angle, it's really hard to see. That's uphill there, correct?
It is,
so,
yeah.
Yes,
it's
so you're
very significant uphill. And on top of that, when you're chasing, you don't have the luxury of being able to throw as much angle as well. So it's a kind of a catch-22 situation. If you don't come out of that corner excellent, with a huge amount of angle, you are in trouble going up that hill. So we might have to keep an eye on the chase vehicles. I don't think it'll happen so much with the leads, but definitely with chase vehicles, we're going to have to keep an eye on them and make sure that they are still sideways and still able to get that, not zero out. So I think it's going to come down to that. If there is a tire drop from Joaquim, so unfortunately we had some technical difficulties with the replays. Get them all out of the way now, folks.
Yes.
But there is that potential tire drop from Joaquim. I think it might even out with the mistake in chase from William, as well as William kind of just, at least in his lead. It was kind of hard to tell with a little bit of the lag, but not super smooth when it came down to line. Excellent.
Oh.
There's our
There we
replays.
go.
There's our replays, folks.
Oops, something went wrong, folks. It would not be an ESDA round if not everything was trying to fight us, at least at the start. So I think we are hearing in about a judgment call here.
We do have a judge call.
Very excited to see it. So I heard it's a unanimous decision, in fact, Keenan.
I don't know who unanimous is, but he comes up with all the best decisions.
I know, he really does. So slide him left for walking home, so I'm right for William Holloway. And we're going to go 1, 2, 3 all the way. Unanimous decision for walking home, moving on to the top 16 here in Group 1 at ESDA Round 2. But Keenan, I hear again, drums over the mountainside.
Oh, man.
The ground shakes. Adriel Machado's up next.
Yeah, we're about to get aggressively Brazilian, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
Get the slow mode going. And I'm going to let you say the second name here.
So we are Adriel Machado going to be going up against Vicaris Aliİkas. Vicaris is part of that Team Urta squad out of Europe. Part of the reason we are in the European servers right now. Very, very good driver. Did not get the round 1 they were looking for, but this dude is capable of winning any drift competition he enters. Believe you me. Adriel Machado got a good qualifying in with his 16th. This is 16th and 17th closest battle in terms of qualifying scores. Adriel's big, huge Brazilian presence, big, huge YouTube presence, just has not got the competition runs he's been looking for. That could all change today in his home course.
Yeah, I think that the will is there, the want is there, the drives were there as well. So chat is getting excited. I'm getting excited. I'm sure that Adriel is excited to be driving on home turf, as well as Adriel Machado leaves Vicaris into the first decel zone on the track. Great initiation from Adriel Machado. Vicaris putting it right on his door, leaving a little tiny space, making sure that they do not make contact, and tucking it right back in. And that S14 as it's on the Mustang's door through inside clip 1. Gorgeous through outside zone 2. Very nice transition. Adriel putting a little bit of gap. Contact, but Adriel hanging on to it, Keenan. And across the line, that might be enough with how tight the driving is these days.
So I don't think the contact is going to matter as much as Vicaris having to back off and leaving all that gap in between the two drivers. As we take a look at that replay of that first replay of the day. I told you we'd figure it out. But Machado, who's driving for Adriel Machado today? That is not an insult for Adriel, but he's just always looked good in practice, but has kind of always had nerves, it almost looks like, going into battles. Solid lead from Machado in the Mustang in the lead position. The only real mistake I saw maybe was a little bit wide on that last decel zone. It looked cool, but if it comes down to tire drops, the judges aren't going to like that. But we did have a little bit of contact there as well, so that's something the judges are going to have to look at. Moving into this second run, Joseph.
And I do think that as you said, the gap after the contact is definitely far more of a deciding factor here, because little contact, drifting, you can make contact, whatever, it's nice, but that much gap, that's a big no-no.
Right, so Machado in the chase position in that blue and yellow Mustang. Leading is the Urta Esports machine of Vicaris Aliİkas in the S14. Big angle, almost a little bit of a slowdown there. Machado had to check up, change his line, but he's going to be able to open the door in the chase position. All the pressure. Going to see if that S14 can run away. Kind of missing that outer zone was Machado. Big e-brake pull there, got on the angle. Just not quite the proximity that Vicaris had through his chase, but no contact this time. This could be a pretty close battle, Joe.
I don't know. The question is if the judges put the fault on Vicaris in the chase, because they were in a decel zone. I think that maybe they'll put the fault on him, and that contact leading into such a big gap might make up for Adriel's a little bit safer and more conservative chase run. But I think we'll have to look at these replays and see. Overall, it does look like Adriel is a little bit behind, but I think that's just confidence from that contact, Keenan.
Yeah, I mean, if you get hit in the lead position, it's almost there's a driver in Formula Drift who I love him, but I hate him. His name's Odi Bakshis. Odi always gets gifts when he's in his leads, and then for some reason, that guy will run into him at like 100,000 miles an hour, and he's got the easiest win in the world. He's like, you know what I'm gonna do in the chase position? Something stupid. I want Odi to put me in the grave so he can let me down one more time. Like it's awful. So Adriel kind of coming in just with a bit smarter of a decision there in the chase. Maybe I don't know if that gap was intentional. It looked like he tried to get really close until that straightaway, and then the gap started to open up a little bit. So we're gonna see what
that S14 looked fast, Keenan. That S14 looked really fast.
Every S chassis in the field today is very, very quick. So
and that's surprising.
Yeah, I mean, lighter car. Well, I mean, it's the lighter car, the wheelbase, the tire. There's so many factors that go into speed when it comes into a drift car. How the car's set up, lots of stuff like that. So we're gonna see
for sure
how they can pull this. How it's gonna be pulled off here. Very, very close. I'm watching the second run replay over and over again.
Yes.
Safe gap, but not inactive chase.
Not at all.
And I'm wondering if they're going to reward Adriel's consistency versus Vicaris's. I mean, depending who this was at fault for the contact, versus Vicaris's kind of like cooler moments, but not as cool moments, if that makes sense.
Watching the replay from run 1, it does seem to me like there was a large momentum variation between the two drivers after the decel zone. It was not during the decel zone. So I bet they're trying to watch to see, is Adriel on his brakes outside of the decel zone? Because that might mean that he is at fault. Because yes, in the lead, you are expected to maintain smooth deceleration throughout and only in the decel zone. So if he's slowing down outside of it, he might have given away an otherwise easy win.
Yeah, I mean, such is drifting,
Such is drifting.
Such is drifting. That's part of the reason why I love and hate this sport, is that it can come down to just the tiniest little mistakes. Mods are getting zesty in the chat now. I'm here for it. They were asked politely yet firmly to stop spamming, and people are like, what if we just didn't do that?
What if... So, Mods, I'm going to give you a heads up here before we do this judging call. You might want to enable slow mode.
Yeah, I mean, so judges did back out to check the contact, and ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner, and it's I'm not going to do the unanimous joke. I'm going to leave that to Joe. But
That's
slide him, I believe, left for Adriel Machado, slide him right for Vicaris Lucas.
And I think
there we go.
Yep.
And
there we go. We got the cars.
Dai's going to go with Adriel Machado, and we'll be seeing the Brazilian move on into the next round of competition. Ben says... Adriel Machado, ladies and gentlemen, the Brazilian has a battle win under his belt in 2022. He will be moving on against your number 1 qualifier, Joachim Hauge, in the top 16 of the Next Level Racing Group number 1. He has moved on and taken the win at his home track.
Yes, and he will be going on up against Joachim Hauge, and what a battle that will be. But up next, we have Mustafa Amine, up against Darren Baker. So, and this will be a fast battle as well. Darren Baker does have an E46, which I'm always happy to see.
Yeah, I mean, he was in that GTR last year, and just to get some screenshots, I jumped into a lot of these guys' cars just to take some pictures and be able to get the promo stuff made. Yeah, thank you, Darren. Very cool. That joke's still funny. But Darren's car drives so much cleaner than his GTR did. I drove his GTR a little bit last season too, just to be funny, at Wembley after the round he won last year. And I've driven his E36, or 46, sorry, this season. There's a reason he switched chassis. This thing is somehow more dialed than his GTR was, more reliable in terms of handling than his GTR was. So not known for his super high qualifying scores. So him being down here, where did he qualify? Somewhere in the 20s, I think. 25th. Yeah, I don't mean nothing. But not to take anything away from Mustafa Amine, I believe, we've seen great things from him before. JX team is always a threat out there on the racetrack. So Mustafa going to be in the lead position here. Darren in the chase, but that is where Darren shines the most. RX-8 against BMW E46.
And love to see, and it feels so weird to say, not the first RX-8 today as well. as our trusty, handy, dandy, sentient light rolls by our drivers and gets set up to send them out. They remind me of those little things in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Don't think anybody. It won't get you.
Join the Traxion Discord now to come up with a funny name for our ESDA semaphore, like Kevin or Josh.
Roger.
No! Not that!
We can name it not Roger. So we're going to have Mustafa anime lead. We're going to have Darren Baker in the chase. Darren already set very far back to get that run up. And the lights are out and away we go as Mustafa leads Darren into that first decel zone. Darren right on the door of that RX-8, leaving a little tiny space through outside zone 1. But I think that will pay off as he sucks it right in through outside zone 2 into inside clip 1. There we go, touching wheel to wheel almost through outside zone 3 into outside zone 4. Oh my gosh, both drivers fully committed that whole run, Keenan.
Ladies and gentlemen, get used to it. This is going to be the theme of the day. When you got 32 drivers who all get 90 points and above to be able to make it into competition, this is the kind of battles you're going to have to expect to see all day long. Darren Baker putting the pressure on in the chase position. Best chase up the hill we've seen so far today in our third battle. And I think that's where, again, Joe, what we're going to expect to see for the day. A little bit of straightening out, not the big angle, but so much speed going into that last corner. It's so fun to watch these guys muscle these cars up that hill.
Yeah, and they don't lose proximity as well during it. It's pretty funny to watch. They just go front wheel to back wheel and push on up the hill. It's amazing. So now the turntables are turned. Darren's going to lead. Mustafa's going to chase. I think Darren might have a really fast car underneath him.
Yeah, I mean, that's something he's always had is the speed, even in that GTR, the bigger GTR. So he's in the lighter, more nimble chassis. I'm surprised I'm saying that about a BMW, but Mustafa Amine is not going to go out without a fight here, ladies and gentlemen. Run number 2 of this battle on deck right now. Darren Baker in the lead in the E46. Mustafa Amine in the chase in the RX-8. Big pressure for Mustafa in the chase position. He knows that Darren put down a good chase. He's got to try to force a mistake from that lead driver of Darren Baker. Great job on the interclip by Mustafa. He's put pressure on, going up the hill. Is he going to be able to keep that RX-8 sideways? He does. Great job from Mustafa coming up the hill in the power alley. A little bit wide here. Darren going a little bit. Oh, wow. 2 individual mistakes in the last corner. Good eye on you, Joe, because as I was watching Mustafa go a little bit wide, Darren Baker straightened out a little bit.
Yeah, I think that they were making contact from outside zone 4 all the way to inside clip, at least from my camera angle.
Man.
It looked like it was full contact, and watching the replay, we will definitely see how aggressive both drivers were on that second run. Both drivers said, okay, I see you after run 1, and then they can really go for run number 2. They felt each other out. They know they can trust each other, and geez, just through that last outside zone, it's just nuts.
Yeah.
It's just nuts.
Yeah, from what I saw, it looked like Amine went a little bit wide. It wasn't by much. There's 3 hash marks on the inner clip. I think he was like halfway between the second and third farthest one. So he was still there, just not all the inner that he wanted, but that is going to be the theme of the day, folks. When you guys have guys, again, I'm going to keep mentioning this. The qualifying cutoff score was what, a 90.3 or something
90.
like that? Yeah, it was a 90. So battles are going to come down to little things, tire drops, slightly going wide, slightly straightening. It's going to be all stuff like that. So expect us to kind of take little mistakes that normally maybe you guys won't even notice and kind of exemplify them and blow them up like this. So Mustafa going a little bit wide, maybe getting into the quarter panel of Darren Baker and causing that slight straighten for the lead vehicle. So all coming down to, I think this whole battle is going to come down to run number 2 of that last corner.
I think so as well. And they were, I think both drivers were driving as hard as they could. But then the question is, who's at fault for pushing that hard? Because if you're getting pushed, it's really hard to get to that inside clip. It just genuinely is. As both drivers are parked up as well in the most professional manner ever, waiting for their judgment.
The flying V.
The flying V formation. This weekend's had everything, Keenan. I am just so excited here. And I think we might be getting a judgment call in soon as we're hearing the gears whirring from our JudgeBot 3000. And we did get a call, in fact. And it does sound that it was down to that last inside clip.
This again, it's going to be a matter of very, very minor mistakes today. Sliding left for Mustafa Amine, sliding right for Darren Baker, all unanimous. So you already know.
And
Mustafa Amine is going to be moving on against Darren Baker, and this is no insult to Mustafa, but that is a big upset in my eyes. Darren Baker, even though he qualified 25th, normally turns it on in battles, but one little mistake on that last corner is going to cause him to bow out in the 32. I know Darren, he's probably not going to be too happy about that one, but Mustafa Amine is going to be moving on into your top 16. Came down to that last inside clip.
Oh, man, they are getting ready to go in that top 16 already. I'm just looking at, we only have 3 drivers in the top 16, and I'm already scared. So
his teammate in chat just says he just wants to go play Tarkov.
I mean, I did hear there was a wipe soon, but I also don't hate myself.
Yeah.
So up next, we have Dylan Fink up against Mikhail Mordvinov. It's a tongue twister for
You're
me.
going to be an expert by the end of the season, buddy. This is so funny because it's like watching me from last year all over again, learning that Europe is a place and they all have vowels and they don't have to pay for the vowels. It's terrifying.
I save money on my tombstones. I shorten my names. So we got Dylan Fink in the lead here in a gorgeous 180, chased by the giant R35, Mikhail Mordvinov. They're just so big.
So Dylan in the lead. I'm a little bit biased to that attack line 180.
Yeah.
Good looking car, nice and aggressive. Got the aero parts to it. In purple too, a man after my own heart.
Purple's good color for that car. Let's just say.
Purple 180, man. It does things to me.
Hey,
GP Sports not an attack line. Minty, why don't you go outside? Why don't you go
easiest
outside?
way to know. Just say it. Chat will correct you.
Me and Minty are friends. Me and Minty are friends. I don't want anyone to think there's beef.
We're lined up. Dylan Fink in the lead. Mikhail in the chase. Big initiation. Mikhail giving a lot more space than normal, but there we go. Starting to make up for it, but I think Dylan Fink's 180 just might be a little bit faster. But I understand because Mikhail has to move a mountain of a car up that hill in through the decel zone, adding the angle. Dylan, lots of angle. And Mikhail leaving daylight the entire time. It was like watching 2 middle schoolers at their first dance.
Yeah, all one side, all the other side of the gym floor is nice and open.
Yeah, you're standing fingertips to shoulders while you're slow dancing.
While S Club 7 plays in the background.
Yeah, I love that show.
I have some things I got to talk to my therapist about. Anyway, going into that first, see what happens when they cage me on Fridays, and I got a whole weekend with the zingers lined up now.
I'm ready.
Well, they're not zingers; they're not funny. That's the whole joke. But yeah, great chase for Mordvinov in that R35. You know, you're saying it's a bigger chassis, but it's proven in drifting, especially in esports drifting at this point. With a lot of competitive runs been made in that car, but Dylan Fink's super solid lead, maybe flirting with disaster a little bit on those outer zones. We'll have to see what the judges think as we move into run number 2.
And Dylan Fink does not seem to be afraid of the run-up at all. Moving all the other drivers really were sitting back in their chase, but Dylan Fink is even, so it seems like he has some confidence, Keenan.
Yeah, he's going to have to show it here in the chase position as Mordvinov in the lead in that blue and yellow Ukrainian-inspired R35. Dylan Fink putting all the pressure on in the chase position right now. Great job on that inner clip. They're coming up the hill. Going to keep an eye on that S13 in the chase. Good job on the brakes. Maybe not the best angle for Mordvinov. Going to keep the door open for XE Bag against Dylan Fink. Put the pressure on in that last inner clip. It looked like he, in the intro to the corner, Joe, that Dylan had more angle in the chase. And ladies and gentlemen, when there's not a whole lot of mistakes in a drift run, but your chase driver has more angle than the lead driver, that's bad. That's really bad. You don't.
So we might not have a replay for run number 2. I think Dylan's angle in the chase might have broken it. We'll see.
Roger just keeps eating all of our replays in my mind.
Roger he's so mean, man.
Not a nice guy.
I don't like Roger.
Not a nice guy. Bell's not a nice guy either, though, so don't get it twisted. It's a joke for my Canadians out there.
So we do have a judgment here. We fed the judges Timbits, and they give us back judges. So I think we'll have, so far the judges have been pretty like all on one page about it.
They've been spoiled today.
Yeah, they really have. So slide him left for Dylan Fink, slide him right for Mikhail Mordvinov. And I think we're going to go 1 for Mikhail, 2 and 3 for Mikhail Mordvinov. Moving on in our first upset of the day to go on and battle Mustafa Amine and Amine. Oh my God, my tongue doesn't move that way.
Just say anime with an M.
Amine, what? Anime with an M.
So
I have so many voices in my head saying so many ways to say the same word, everybody. So
it's Amine? Oh my God. Okay, so I'm the idiot. That's okay.
You're the only ones that are true to me and don't lie. I trust you.
No. Okay. I've been calling him Amine for a season and a half, and nobody's corrected me until today. Thank you, chat. I appreciate it. But we're going to be moving on into our first top 16 battle here in our next level racing group number 1. So that is how we work. We're going to get one winner from every group and move that into our final. As
we got Joaquim Hauge. And yeah, Adriel Machado. Get excited. Get the slow mode going again, folks.
I'm actually, no joke, enabling slow mode right now.
I it's only funny because it's not a joke.
I have absolutely enabled slow mode, and we will take it off after the battle is over.
As Joaquim Hauge leads in that beautiful S15, as Adriel Machado in that giant Mustang in the chase here at Brazil. Adriel starting so far back.
Just to get that jump, he's able to jump as the chase car. He's able to jump it whenever he wants.
See, I always think he never pays off.
Man, you'd be surprised as a battle starter. We'll talk about that later.
I don't care. We can talk about it, whatever. So we throw it on in here. Big angle for Joaquim Hauge. Adriel Machado trying to keep up, but having to cut the angle to do so. They're a little bit of maybe bumping through that inside clip up the hill. Joaquim not cutting as much angle as Adriel is cutting, and Adriel going wide through inside clip. That might be our deciding factor, Keenan.
Man, I gotta tell you, if there's ever a time to not make mistakes in the chase positions when you're going up against your number 1 qualifier, you needed to get as close and put all the pressure on that guy, and not the best chase from Adriel Machado to be picking up halfway through here. It's not going to really matter because the big mistake to me, no angle coming up the hill, wide coming into that last clip. Not huge mistakes, but we've talked about it again today. When the battles are this close, are going to be this close, you can't leave anything to the judges.
Not at all. And I think that was leaving it all up to the judges. And I think, unfortunately, Adriel's going to have to drive as fast as he can and just hope, pray that Joaquim Hauge makes some form of mistake in the chase, because Joaquim's lead was more or less as good as it's going to get in a battle's lead. Let's be real with each other, Keenan. I think Adriel's going to have his work cut out here to try and force an error just out of sheer speed.
Yeah, not impossible. We'll see what happens here. Adriel Machado in the lead position in the Mustang. Joaquim Hauge in the chase in that Vosen S15. Was on the podium last round, trying to make it 2 for 2. Nice job coming up the hill. No real mistakes from either driver so far. I think Joaquim just leaving a little bit of gap. Oh my God, Adriel Machado, if that's how he's going out. Wall tap to the tires. Definitely a tire off, but it looks super cool.
And Joaquim kept his nose out of danger there, kept the good proximity overall, went wide through that inside clip, but I think that he was just mimicking Adriel's line, and I think that the drivers they already know what it is, so they're going to do some donuts for the culture now as we watch our replays.
Yeah, I think just, Machado, great solid lead, maybe missed that inner clip there a little bit, but definitely I think, he had a great chase in his first run, so I don't know if it was just nerves or what, but that's definitely going to cost him, as we do have a call, Joe.
Overall, and again, so far all of the battles have been pretty easy for our judges to decide here, and that is just due to such high level of driving. All the mistakes are very obvious, and I think we're going to slide him left for Joaquim Hauge, slide him right for Adriel Machado. We're going to go 1 for Joaquim Hauge, 2 for Joaquim and 3 for Joaquim Hauge as Adriel Machado is knocked out in the top 16 here at round 2 at his home track.
Hey man, qualifying with a 90 is huge. Even making it in 32 is really big. He's got a battle win under his belt this year against someone who is no slouch, Vicaris Aliİkas. And he got taken out by the guy who qualified first. So I don't think Machado has anything to be disappointed with. Maybe he just needs to work on his chases a little bit coming back into round 3. Definitely better than his showing for round number 1. Congratulations, Machado. Keep your head up high, and thanks for letting us sample a little bit of your home course here. This has been so fun to watch, and we're still in group number 1 as we move on to our top 16 battle, our second top 16 battle here in the Next Level Racing group number 1. Mikhail Mordvinov in the R35 is going to be, I believe, chasing Mustafa Amine in the JX Team RX8.
Yes, and Mikhail was our only upset so far of the battles here. But starting further back, he knows that Mustafa...
I'm taking us out of slow mode. Hold.
Yeah. Hold. Mustafa Amine's RX8 is very, very quick, as we saw up against Darren Baker here. But we'll see what happens as Mikhail Mordvinov chases Mustafa Amine as the lights go out and they are through the gates. Mustafa in the lead, Mikhail in the chase. Big initiation, and again, Mikhail leaving some distance. And I think now he's starting to realize that you can't do that with Mustafa. Mustafa's going to give you a very clean lead run, which Mustafa is delivering so far. Mikhail, good angle up through that power alley. Jeez, there we go. There we go. A little bit of proximity loss through that last inside clip, but overall, Mustafa with a great lead. Mikhail with a conservative yet strong chase. I think Keenan overall we're in for a treat in run number 2.
I do not know how Mordvinov transitioned at dang near 100 miles an hour right across the bumper of that RX-8. I was just cycling through the cameras trying to get back into the session properly, and I was on the R35's front bumper, and I thought I was watching Mustafa's camera. I was like, wait a minute. This transition at this speed is crazy committee. Unfortunately, mistake from Amine not getting the angle he was looking for out of the slowdown zone. And as we said before, we'll say it again, Mordvinov poured more angle on, had the proximity. Not good for Amine, but only a small mistake can absolutely make up for it right now.
And it is excellent. So now Mikhail Mordvinov has to try and walk away from Mustafa and Amine, as it seems that Mustafa does have such a fast RX-8 underneath him. And here we go.
Mordvinov in the lead, Amine in the chase. Or Amine, it's going to take some time. I'm sorry. Great job on proximity from Mustafa in the chase position, but good job on the line and the fluidity in the lead of that lead vehicle of Mikhail Mordvinov. Up the hill, he's going to have to pull off the same trick, and he does. Right across the bumper of that GTR. Ooh, pushing it in a little bit deep, almost maybe a little bit of contact, but no issues for either driver. They both hang on to it. What a chase from Mustafa Amine. What a lead from Mikhail Mordvinov. This is only group number 1, ladies and gentlemen.
It's crazy, and it's not even the final battle. This is just top 16.
It's not even 1 o'clock yet.
Yeah, come on. What are we doing here?
I'm still waking up.
Come on, boys. What are we doing? And I think that the judges are going to definitely be watching the replays with a fine-toothed comb here. And we'll see. We might see our first OMT of the day, but Mikhail is here to prove that he might be the upset king of the day.
I don't know if... OMT would be cool. I don't know with that mistake in the lead from Mustafa if this is on... if an OMT is on right now. Unless there's some huge mistake from Mikhail that I missed, which is possible because I'm not smart. They pay me to say the funny words, not to drive the car. So I don't know if there's something I missed there, but that big mistake from Amine is kind of damning, at least for me.
Yeah, I think that might be the deciding factor, because I think we do have a decision. It might be our first split decision of the day, in fact. So excited to see that as the driving gets closer and closer as the day goes on. We'll slide left for Mustafa Amine, slide him right for Mikhail Mordvinov, and keep him right in the middle for an OMT. So we have one OMT, one for Mustafa, and 1 second vote for an OMT. So we will have our first OMT of the day. The drivers driving so close that they need to have more runs for the judges to decide who can actually move on to our top 8 here. This is only our second candidate for top 8, Keenan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to see if we can get a quick word from the judges, just a sentence on why they voted OMT. Because, again, I don't want to give you guys false information, but for me, that looked like it was, there was a mistake from Amine, a really good chase that maybe made up for it, but I didn't really see anything super incorrect from the GTR. So we're going to run them again. Mordvinov is going to be in the chase. If I get some words for you guys from the judges on why that went OMT, we'll pass the word along. But until then, the one more time battle is about to start. Mustafa Amine in the lead position. Mikhail Mordvinov in the chase.
As we go into our...
They're changing tires. They're changing
No
tires.
worries.
Okay.
Fresh, hot rubber for all drivers involved.
Similar mistakes. Amine messed up the final outside zone, and Mordvinov put tires on the inside where they shouldn't be, is what I got. So we did miss some stuff. That's why we get clarification. We don't just, make a call that maybe doesn't make sense to some people and just go, well, that sucks. Let's move on. Like some other people do, not naming names. I'm not talking about any other Assetto Corsa tournament, by the way. I don't make it sound like we're starting beef. I'm talking about real life people. I'm talking about the people who make way more money than I do.
Imagine not having tire warmers in real life. But anyway, moving on, we have Mustafa Amine leading Mikhail Mordvinov. Gonna get it down perfect eventually without stumbling. As we're lined back up, and we're gonna end him off here as Mustafa tries to make sure that there's no mistakes, and Mikhail tries to exploit as many as possible. Coming in here, Mustafa with a very confident first outer zone through the transition as Mikhail comes through. Inside clip 1, right door to door. Mikhail taps on the brakes, trying to stay behind Mufasa. There we go, into the decel zone, right through the inside clip, leaving a little tiny space, but I think that's just to prove to the judges that he's completely in control of the chase there, Keenan.
Man,
say Mufasa?
The Lion King himself, Mustafa Amine, great lead run. But unfortunately, I did see a tire drop, I think, from that lead RX-8 going into corner number 1. So something that we did when we did our media day, which is a week before the event on Mondays on here on TraxionGG. If you want to see these guys practice the course, maybe even talk to some of the drivers, it's a great thing to show up for.
It is.
The next one is on July 18th, which is right before our round number 3. So, I talked to Brandon Patrick, and he said expect a lot of tire drops in turn number 1. And I was like, what do you mean turn number 1? That doesn't look that difficult. But the way that it's set up to flick it into the corner. So I'll have to see if the judges saw that. Other than that, fantastic run from both.
Yes, and they are lined back up. I'm sure that tensions are high as Mustafa Amine and Mikhail Mordvinov line up. Mikhail now as our lead driver. Let's see what he can do.
So Amine in the chase position, almost running him over, getting into the first corner. Did not see a similar... Oh, there's going to be a little bit of a tap, though. That's going to have one tire over for Mikhail Mordvinov. You're going to have to see if the judges view that was up fault for that contact. But Mustafa Amine is trying to put all the pressure on in the chase position, going up the power alley, right back to the door of that R35. And Amine, all the pressure in chase, but is it enough to force an OMT or give the battle to him?
Let us see. So we will watch some replays here and move on with our judging. Hopefully the judges will find something that we can differentiate who can actually win. Unfortunately, we do not have run 2 replays. The Gremlins are running deep today. Love to see it. But in run 1, drivers were on it. Run 2, I don't know if there was anything super big.
Again, it might just be that tire drop when run number 1. That is all I really saw in terms of huge mistakes. Unfortunately, we might see the judges back out here and take a look at the physical replay, not the production replay, because again, we're You know, small issues, but
Yes.
it's good. There's a little bit of contact in turn number 1, and then a tire went off in that lead position, but I wasn't sure if he was going off already and then doored him or what happened there. So hopefully,
I think
judges-
we are getting word that the judges do have a judgment, and we're back to unanimous decisions again.
Yeah, this is tight.
Yeah, right. Let's see if Mikhail Mordvinov can go on and be our upset king of the day. So slide him left for Mustafa Amine, slide him right for Mikhail Mordvinov. All three going left for Mustafa Amine. Happy to see it. So we have our top 8 battle ready to rip, Keen. We got Joachim Hauge up against Mustafa Amine.
Yeah, that battle all came down to Mordvinov causing contact, so they're viewing the GTR as the cause of that contact. So they're not saying that Amine pushed too hard, or sorry, I've been calling him Amine for a season. Just give me a break. And dropping tires on the inside clip. So that is something that we missed here on our side. But Amine going to be moving on up against Joachim Hauge. This is Norway versus, I believe, the Middle East.
Sure, I'll believe it.
All European battle here to see who's going to be the winner of your next level racing group number 1.
Happy to see it. So Mustafa Amine starting further back from Joachim Hauge, our current top qualifier. And everyone knows he's fast, so let's see what happens as they rip out of the gate. Joachim Hauge leads Mustafa Amine into the first outside zone. Joachim Hauge unfazed by the proximity that Mustafa is ripping through.
Oh my god, the proximity.
Oh my, through that transition. Big angle and
Mustafa.
Little tap from the chase, but across the line, both drivers very happy.
Oh man.
Oh, I don't envy the judges.
I'm really sorry about cutting you off there, man, but what a chase from Mustafa. That might be the chase of the group so far. I'm seeing everybody supporting Mustafa in the chat. Not sure if that's just because Joachim took out Adriel and they don't like Joachim anymore, or just seeing how much pressure this man puts on in his chase battles. Not to take anything away from Joachim Hauge in that Vosen S15. To have a good chase, you need a good lead, and it was buttery smooth in the lead, but there was no room for that man to maneuver because he had an RX-8 on his door at all times.
Yes, and we'll see what happens now when Joachim Hauge chases, and so far his performances have been nothing but stellar. So I think we will see what happens when Mustafa Amine tries to go as fast as he can and try and shake our current top qualifier in Joachim. As the lights, we are waiting for our lights to illuminate. There we go, and out they go.
Joachim Hauge in the Vosen S15 in chase. Mustafa Amine in the lead in the JX team. RX-8, little bit of gap. Hauge is leaving, but here's the chance he's going to have to put the pressure on. Very shallow in chase from Hauge, trying to stay on the door of that RX-8. So much speed in that Dorito machine in the lead position. Great job on the slowdown zone. Maybe a little bit more angle from Amine. Maybe a little bit of boop in there in the front fenders, but no harm, no foul. Joachim Hauge was working to keep up with that machine in the lead position, and it may just pay off for Mustafa Amine.
I think it may, but I think it might be worrying. It seemed to me, at least, that Mustafa was still decelerating outside of the decel zone, but I think our judges will have a better idea of that, because I know at least my camera angle hides a lot of the sins of driving, if you will. And I think,
we got replays. Let's go.
yeah, we got replays. Excellent. So let's see here. Let's look at our own fine-tooth comb, but it's like we're trying to find a grain of sand with a colander.
Yeah, there's so little mistakes from Hauge, but like I don't think I saw any from that RX-8. So I mean, like I said, we're going to be taking things that you guys might go, oh, that's not that big of a deal. Why are they being so harsh? When these guys are this close, you kind of have to be finding needles in a haystack with these runs, as I think we do have a call, Joe.
I think we do. And while we're waiting for that judgment, it seems that the drivers are happy just judging by their lovely donuts right now. So we're going to slide him left for Joachim Hauge. We're going to slide him right for Mustafa Amine. Joachim Hauge, our number 1 seed, Mustafa, our number 8 seed. Let's see here. 1 for Mustafa Amine. 2 for Mustafa, and 3 for Mustafa Amine. On upset, our number 8 seed takes out our number 1 qualifier to secure his Next Level Racing Group 1 top 4 slot.
Yeah, incredible job. And the only words I saw from the judges were God tier chase. And I could not have put it better myself. Yep. Insane proximity, and it is so hard to keep that proximity going up the hill and still give that lead car room to transition, still give them room to maneuver, and keep the pressure on. An absolutely textbook chase from Mustafa Amine. And for anybody else watching, there is your yardstick to be able to push deeper in the chase position, to be able to put that into, to be able to move on into your groups. But that is Mustafa Amine, your Next Level Racing Group number 1 winner. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have 3 groups left to grow. We are moving on into group number 2. Do not go anywhere, Joe. It has been a hell of a start here. Some amazing final quality battles already, but we are moving on into our second group, and I cannot wait to get this one cracked open. So ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. ESDA round number 2 presented by Traxion from the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pache here at Interlagos, Brazil will return in just a moment. Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by TraxionGG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit TraxionGG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit mazdaracing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh! Oh no! Oh! Oh! Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh no! Oh! Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh no! Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to round number 2 of the Esports Drifting Association presented by Traxion. We are here once again at Interlagos in Brazil for our group number 2 presented by Moza Racing. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a fire group number 1. Lots of thrills, spills, cheers, and jeers. And Joe, we are moving into round group number 2, which proves is going to be equally as exciting.
I am super excited. We have a lovely crew here. Keenan over here, as you heard before, me. We got Strix9, Pulsatrix. We got Ian Pluch. I'm saying names all kinds of weird. We got Harry McKinney, Ben Naily, Nathan Rutter as our judges. I am just... Word spelling is a suggestion.
That's a new one. Oh my God.
I'll take them up as we go. As we're getting through into our group 2 for Moza Racing, we packed our bags in Long Beach, and Keenan, we traveled all the way to Brazil.
Yeah, we are in one of the most famous racetracks in the world, let alone in Brazil, the Autodromo José Carlos Pache. And for all those Brazilians who said I'm saying it wrong, this is the way I learned to say it, so it's how I'm going to continue saying it. In Sao Paulo, Brazil, right in the middle of the city. Beautiful, beautiful venue, and we are using the amazing, basically just sector 2 of this course.
Yes.
A lot of uphill, a lot of really power zones. We've seen a lot of issues with that as we take a quick look at our new bracket here for our, I believe, Moza Racing group number 2.
Yes.
Mozzarella, whatever.
Our Mazda Group 2 bracket here. We have 8 amazing drivers. We got Cameron Mustard, Brandon Gardner, Kawain Ebanks. We got Martinez Ostria. We got Alexander Jager, Sammy Sastomoinen, Robert Kwasinski, and Zach O'Sullivan. Keenan.
Yeah, a bunch of big names in there. Ones I want to point out that maybe didn't have the best run in battle in season number 1, round number 1. Sorry, I just was informed that I got a bunch of extra money in my bank, and I was really excited about it. But Cameron Mustard didn't have the run he was looking for. Brandon Gardner had a great event in Long Beach, but Martinez Ostria as well taken out early. Alexander getting into that wreck, and Zach O'Sullivan not even qualifying. So a lot of these guys got a lot to prove here as we go into our first battle. Cameron Mustard in the Jap Speed R32 going up against Brandon Gardner in the Team Slide Culture Infinity Q60.
Infinity Q60 effectively on R35 there in the chase. So let's see what happens here as they get through the initiation. Cameron Mustard keeping it all on the track as Brandon Gardner is trying to keep up as best as possible. There we go. Coming through in our power alley up the hill, adding angle as Cameron comes through on that inner clip. Brandon Gardner having to cut even tighter to keep on up with Cameron. Perfect.
Not a bad job from either driver there, Joe. Good, consistent from both drivers. Consistent proximity. Brandon Gardner, I think, could have got a little bit closer, but when you get really close, you risk the contact, and contact could be game-ending, especially because one of these drivers, Brandon, is from the United States, and the other, Cameron, is from Scotland, I believe. So lag is something that you do have to take into account as a chase driver. Again, still got very close, but to put on that Amine style chase where you're basically glued to the door. Very smart driving by Gardner, not pushing that close. But Cameron, very consistent in the lead position as well. Consistency all around. We're number 2 on deck.
And we'll be super happy to see Brandon Gardner now will lead and see if he can put a gap in on Cameron. And those bigger cars, I've noticed here, because a lot of it's downhill for the first tap, they can open up that gap, but then up the hill, they kind of just put the anchor down almost, just with all that weight trying to get up. And this track just has so much elevation change, Keenan.
Yeah, it's one of the most up and down courses on the schedule. Good entry by Brandon, kind of a wacky one from Cameron, entering a little bit shallow, pushing out, and then getting shallow again. Gonna have to see if he can put on some pressure here to equate for that mistake, and he's already doing that. Maybe a tire off on the inner clip there. We heard that we're gonna be a little bit lenient on the last inner clip, but not the first one. and Cameron Mustard is falling apart a little bit in the chase. Had all that proximity. Joe, it came down to the first corner. Very,
really
very rhythmic this track is.
It does, and yeah, as every run has been, the first corner sets you up and you have to maintain that speed from initiation to the finish line. The only limiting factors are really those inside clips. So the drivers are trying their best to just maintain as much speed as they possibly can throughout all of it, including the transitions. And it does seem to me, at least, that Cameron Mustard was better at recovering from the transitions and getting right back on the door in his chase, as opposed to Brandon Gardner, who kind of struggled a little bit trying to catch back up.
Yeah, but I think, Joe, that the consistency of the proximity is going to pay off a lot more than the inconsistency of line from Cameron Mustard, as we do have a call. And it is a pretty solid one. I don't want to give it away. But.
Yeah, right. And so we will be sliding him left for Cameron Mustard, sliding him right for Brandon Gardner. See what happens here. 1 for Brandon. 2 for Brandon. And 3 for Brandon Gardner, moving on to the top 16 here in the Mazda Racing group number 2.
Yeah, against just solid win from Brandon. Just, again, very consistent. Didn't really do anything that wowed anybody, but this guy knows how to make runs into this Final Four. We saw him in the Final Four in Long Beach. We might see him again. Be able to see if he can keep this number 29 qualifier, by the way, take it out of number 4 qualifier. But
yes,
not a bad run from Cameron. I think just got thrown off there in his initiation and had a really hard time making up for it. But next on deck, Kawain Ebanks, your number 13 qualifier, going against Martinez Ostria, your number 20 qualifier. Martinez representing Erta Esports, Kawain Ebanks representing Team Ascent.
Super excited to see it. And Kawain Ebanks in the lone R34 in the entire group here. Getting chased by... It's gorgeous. Yes, it is. Getting chased by a gorgeous S15 as well. And we'll see what happens as our drivers rip through the gate into that first decel zone. Big angle out of Kawain Ebanks. Martinez leaving a little bit of gap, but I think he'll tighten that up through the second outside zone, as most drivers do. And there we go. Martinez really cheating up on the line a little bit to maintain that proximity, and again pushing Kawain up the hill, but I think that Martinez is cutting a little bit too much angle to do it. There we go, through that last inside clip and across the line. Jeez, boys.
Very aggressive chase for Martinez Ostria there, and once again, this is a European driving up against an American, so might just be leaving a little bit of gap to make sure there's no ghost contact.
Yes, and it was amazing the kind of proximity that Martinez was keeping there. Kawain was really driving a perfect lead to allow that to happen, but Martinez was basically pushing him from outside zone 2 onwards. And the question is, was he cutting too much angle to make that happen?
It did look like he could have pulled a little bit more angle, Joe. What I think might be even a little bit more detrimental is I could have seen him deeper in some of these first two outer zones. He was played it smart and kind of didn't get aggressive on that first outer zone, but then had to cut in the second one to surge up to the door of Kawain Ebanks. It was all deuces from there, but the judges are definitely going to be looking at these first 2 zones as Kawain Ebanks is now in the chase in that Team Ascent R34.
Kawain's looking like he definitely wants a run up into that first decel zone.
Oh,
wait, reset.
There we go. Smart. So, ladies and gentlemen, we talked about it a little bit at the top of the broadcast. There is a restart zone. If you stop before that zone or show intent of stopping, you will get a reset. So, Kawain Ebanks taking the reset, opting that he did not get the best jump, did not get the best initiation into the run, basically coming to a halt immediately. So, good job from Kawain. The rules are there for a reason.
Yeah, a lot of drivers forget that they have that option they can take, so I'm always excited. And I know it's a nerdy thing to get excited about, but I'm always excited to see a competitor
it's such
get
a
on
hard
it.
thing to tell yourself. When I did my battles for Hot Pit, I wanted to take a reset. I bonked the cone a little bit, but in the minute that I was trying to decide whether it was worth a reset or not, it was too late. So like just to be able to make that split decision is really difficult for a lot of guys. And also this isn't a rule everywhere. So it's both of those things. So they were going to get a second run in. Both these guys just getting back up to the line. And
there we go.
Should be no issues here now.
Yeah, it's excellent. So now we're lined back up, and it seems that Martinez does want to take new tires after kind of doing a half a lap extra. So both drivers taking fresh tires, and now I think that they'll be ready to go for the second run of this battle here in Group 2. And this is only a top 32 battle, and the drivers are driving this on edge already.
They have to, Joe. There's no room for error today. You show a little bit of weakness to any of these guys out here, they're going to exploit it and capitalize. So you have to bring your A game every single run. Wayne Ebanks in the chase position. Huge improvement from his 2021 campaign going up against Martinez Ostrega, a guy who can take the whole thing right here, right now in the ERTA Esports machine. Pressure coming from Wayne Ebanks and the Team Ascent R34. Both these yellow and green machines pushing hard on each other. Good job in chase from Wayne Ebanks. Great job in the lead for Martinez so far. Going to see Wayne close the gap here. Going into the final inner clip. No angle from Martinez Ostrega. Wayne Ebanks coming in, put the little tap on the door saying, "Excuse me, sir. You aware this is a drifting competition?" And a little bit of pressure on the door. Great chase from Wayne Ebanks. This would be a huge win if he could pull this off.
It would be excellent. Kuwait almost looked like he turned on the afterburner into that inside clip with that backfire, ripping right up into that inside clip. But Martinez, that S15 was just so fast for the entirety of his run. And I think that his chase as well was so strong that I think Quain might be sweating a little bit here, Keenan. Just a little bit.
I mean, but here's the thing. Martinez just didn't, what you really kind of want to do in that last slowdown zone is if you choose, however you slow down is up to you. But if you're pulling the handbrake, you want a little bit of foot brake just to get the car at angle. And it looked like he didn't do that. Like he hit all the zones, got the car where he needed to. Just looked like he lacked a little bit of angle going into that last inner clip, the angle that Kuwait had. So that's not something you really want to do in the chase position, or in the lead position, is have the chase car be on your door and pulling more angle. So judges might look at that if we can come up with a winner, as we have another flying V at our start line. The drivers, they were not told to do this. Everyone just kind of just reading the play here. So
yeah, the level of drivers, they even know how to park pretty as we wait for the judges. They know that we watch our replays. They still want to get on here, and I think the judges are slowly getting their call in. And it's really hard with two runs like this where you can kind of balance out the negatives of both runs against each other. And I think run for run here, it's really, really close, minus the couple of mistakes, and I think that might balance out here, Keenan.
As we do have a call, Joseph, and it's going to be a tight one. Ladies and gentlemen, slide him left for, I believe, I'm waiting for the thing. I'm waiting for the thing.
It is.
There we go. Slide him left for Kuwait Ebanks, slide him right for Martinez Ostrega. Initial die. Harold McKinney says, OMT. Ben Naley, our second judge, is going to say OMT, and Nathan Rudder, by years makes no difference, going OMT. They are going at it one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe our first OMT battle of our Moza Racing Group number 2.
And I think that I'm super excited to see this run number 2. Kuwait, I think, will definitely be focusing on improving his chase run. I think overall, Martinez will just want to have a even more aggressive lead run.
Just need a little horse. Need a couple shots of Louisiana hot sauce on both these drivers, and I think.
Oh, I'm ready. I rubbed it in my eyes before this. I can't see anything through this run, and let's go. It hurts so bad. Kuwait Ebanks in the lead. Martinez Ostrega in the chase. Coming in through outside zone 1, and Martinez sticking it right on Kuwait Ebanks' door, right through the transition. No space on the transition. And again, Martinez leaving just the tiny space, maybe for those little lag taps that he was seeing last run, adjusting for the occasion. Getting right in a big angle, hitting Kuwait Ebanks, and both drivers having to de-initiate before the end of the run. Oh my gosh.
Man,
Keenan.
I do not want to be a judge right now. Oh my goodness. From what I caught there, it looked like Martinez just came off that outer zone a little bit early and got into the door of Kuwait Ebanks. This could be huge for either driver. It's really going to depend on how they view the contact, but for the most part, if you see contact in a decel zone, it's onto the chase vehicle. And it sucks too, because Martinez was putting on a show in the chase position there, Joe. Every transition was right across the bumper, but from just what I'm seeing, Kuwait looked like he had his car everywhere it needed to be, and Martinez had to get in aggressive there, and it may have costed him.
And let's see, because Kuwait was heavy on the handbrake through that decel zone. We'll see if the judges were happy with that or not. Sometimes the judges are very unhappy with how aggressive you are in that decel zone, but generally, as you said, it seems that it's on the chase overall in the decel zone, as that is the one place where it's marked on the track. We all agree we're slowing down there, so why didn't you slow down enough?
Yeah, I think he just came off the last outer zone. Martinez came off the last outer zone a little bit early, tried to throw more angle to woe the car up because he was going in shallower and faster and had nowhere to go but into Gawain. So we'll see if the judges are in agreement with us.
Yes, we will.
Microphones.
Hey, we have fun though.
Yeah, we're dummies with microphones and they're dummies without microphones. So anyway, run number 2, Gawain Ebanks. Gonna see if he gets aggressive here in the chase or gives him a little bit of room to Martinez Ostria in the lead position in that Urta Esports S15. Team Ascent driver putting the pressure on now. It's a little bit safe to do so, but gonna back off a little bit. Give him a little bit more room. Doesn't want to make the same mistake that he did, that Martinez did. And does not. Right to the door on the end of the zone. Nice and smart driving from Gawain Ebanks. Definitely driving like a driver, Joe, that knows he may have a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I think that Gawain Ebanks does want to move on to battle Brandon Gardner very bad, and I think that chase run right there went to show that he's ready to do it. Martinez was fast up the hill, but overall, I don't think that he really did anything much crazier than Gawain, and I think didn't make up for the mistake at all in that first run. But
Yeah.
we see what happens here as our judges are filtering in slowly but surely.
It's a quick one, ladies and gentlemen, which tells you that that's really all you need to know.
So we will slide him left for Gawain Ebanks, right for Martinez Ostria, in the middle for an OMT, and to tell our two drivers that we love their parking. So Guy to Gawain, Ben, right, and I suspect we know where Nathan will go as well.
Those are, I believe those are all incorrect. I think it's supposed
They
to go
are
to the left.
incorrect. Yes, towards Gawain Ebanks did take the win
Yeah, that's
due to
wrong.
that. Sorry, everybody. We
Just
promised
said
that
right, and I'm
Gawain-
like, she means left, right?
yeah, I'm hearing a direction in my ear. There we go. There we go. That's more
There we go.
accurate. That's more accurate. There
There
we
we
go.
go.
There we go. Sorry, folks.
That was an intentional prank just to prank all the Taps fans in chat.
It's
But,
just a prank, bros.
it's coming down to Ostria being deemed at fault for the contact. Looked pretty cut and dry to me. Again, it looked like he maybe just came off the handbrake, came off the foot brake a little bit early. Car darted in. He was a passenger at that point. But so Gawain Ebanks going to be moving on against Brandon Gardner. That's your number 13 qualifier against your number 4 qualifier. But to get there, we got 2 more battles to go. Sami Sastamoinen against Alexander Jager. Finland versus Sweden. This one should be a doozy.
Love to see it. I'm gonna say it. I say it every time. Love to see a Mark IV without a spoiler on it, and don't at me about it, okay?
Yeah, definitely one of my favorite cars in the grid is Alexander Jager's Supra, but also one of my favorite cars on the grid is that Team Vosen S15 of Sami Sastamoinen. It's I don't know what kit this is because every time I try to guess, Minty yells at me, so I'm just gonna stop. But it's got the nice wide arches in the back. It almost looks like a time attack car, but the only thing attacking is apexes and outer zones and the door of Alexander Jager, who will be in the lead.
And I think that we will be very excited to see both of these drivers going all out here. Sami Sastamoinen in 28th seed, but so far that doesn't seem to slow down a lot of our drivers, because again, you got to remember, even 32nd seed scored a 90 in qualifying here, so it's anyone's battle. And I'm just happy to watch all this going into every battle. You have no clue who's going to win or lose. And we'll see here, Keenan.
Yeah, in the game of whose lines it anyway here today at ESDA, the numbers are made up and the points don't matter.
Not at all, but we love to see it. And out of the gate, here we go, Alexander Jager and Sami Sastamoinen in the chase. Big angle from Alexander Jager and Sami getting to angle, but not as much as the lead driver. Through the transition, okay, Sammy's starting to tuck on in there, going door to door with Alexander Jager as they go up the hill into the decel zone. This is where we see problems before, and it seems like both drivers are giving each other a lot of space to just agree to not make contact there.
Yeah, solid lead from Alex. That's why he qualified so well. Not a bad chase from Sammy. Would like to see him get a little bit closer. But ladies and gentlemen, happy birthday, Sammy Sastamoinen. I did not know about that. My man's going to be over having some Finnish vodka, having a great Saturday night. So thanks for spending it with us, Sammy. Hope you have a wonderful birthday. Hopefully this battle can be a gift, but he's going to have to work for it in the lead position. Not the worst chase, but I would like to see him, match the angle a little bit more of Alex. It's definitely still close. It's definitely still doable, but we're going to need to see the best of Sammy Sastamoinen in his lead.
For sure. And you know what, Sammy? I'll throw it in for you just because it's your birthday. I'll sing you a song if you win. So, we'll see here. A lot on the line now. Sammy Sastamoinen leads Alexander Jager. Both drivers with an even shot currently still, I think, Keenan. I think both drivers didn't have anything too major to give up a win yet.
Here we go. Jager in the chase, our lone Swede in competition. And in the lead position, Sammy Sastamoinen, I believe, one of our only Finnish drivers as well, trying to finish this battle in first place.
Yep.
Not the entry he was looking for from Jager, but he's going to get it to the door of Sammy Sastamoinen. Have to put the pressure on here right now. If your lead chase driver doesn't get a good chase, you need to double down and put down a good chase, and that is what we're seeing from Alex. Not the best line from Sammy, not the best line from Alex. Good job from both to not make that a bigger issue than it was. But not the line that Alex was way too far to the outside. He almost made the same mistake Martinez Ostreka did, but gathered it up. Somebody's watching the stream, gathered it up, fixed it up, and made sure he did not make contact with that lead vehicle. Great job.
360s for the culture. You gotta throw it
in the return road. Excellent. Great job.
Perfect. I support all of this as we watch our replays here. Both drivers were in it to win it today. I think chase for chase, at least, Alexander just is going for it. But the leads, we'll see if that balances it out. So I think we might have a judgment in here as we hear and watch our replays. It's so close. So we're going to slide him left for Alexander Jager, slide him right for birthday boy Sammy Sastamoinen. Keep him in the middle for an OMT. Die goes right.
Die, I don't think actually was supposed to go right. Die, so, yeah.
We'll live with it. That's okay.
So, we'll clarify here in a minute.
Sammy Sastamoinen. And one for OMT.
Yeah, so Die was the one that went OMT. The battle outcome is still the same. Congratulations, Sammy. Happy birthday. I translated it to finish, and I was going to say it. There's a lot of A's with doodads on them. I'm just going to not bother. That's my gift to him.
I got a birthday, so he won, right? We told him.
Sure did.
Okay, are we ready? This is your birthday song. It is not very long. Okay, moving on now. Raider Kowinski.
I was going to say, Ian, we know a guy who does that. Oh, yeah. He's sitting there right now. He's punching the air right now.
He gets it.
Next battle, very, very big. Sorry to cut you off, Joe. Next battle is huge. Zach O'Sullivan going up against Robert Kwasinski. Zach O'Sullivan, your regular season champion from last year, did not even qualify at Long Beach. He's trying to use the momentum here at Brazil to keep his battle or his championship hopes alive. There is no playoffs this year. He's going to need to win it on points like he did last year. But his first battle is going to be against Robert Kwasinski. Zach O'Sullivan is going to be chasing in the JSI Energy Innovation Supra, and in the Team RPM 370Z, leading is Robert Kwasinski.
Excellent. Then this will be a battle of the Titans here. I'm imagining a Pacific Rim type situation about to unfold in front of
The
us.
unstoppable force meets the immovable object.
Nissan on Toyota. And we're gonna go and rip through here as we get through the gate here. Oh man. I hope that our judges are ready so we can get going and I can get my mind moving here. Love to see some lights on, and away we go as Robert Kwasinski leads Jack O'Sullivan. Big angle from both drivers as Zach O'Sullivan sucks right up onto that Nissan Z's door, tucking right back and diving into outside zone 2. Robert seems unfazed, and now he's putting the heat on up the hill. It seems like Zach might be struggling a little bit as we slow down into that last inside zone. Zach pushes Robert over the line. It seems like both drivers are hungry for a win here.
Yeah, I mean, both of them need it. Robert was, I believe, did not get a super strong showing at Long Beach. He's trying to shift the momentum in his favor. Zach obviously did not even qualify, so he's trying to shift the momentum in his favor. I believe he was distracted with his new real life duties of spotting for
So maybe Roger may has swung his head back at Keenan. So we'll see what happens with Keenan as we hear back from him. But I did hear that he was real life spotting, and I did not hear from who. So we will wait with bated breath as Keenan does battle with our best friend Roger here as we get ready for our second run as Zach O'Sullivan leads Robert Kwasinski at the line. The drivers are ready to go. Lined up. Okay, I'm super excited for this one. Robert's gonna have to do everything he can to keep up with Zach O'Sullivan, but it seems like Zach might have issues going up the hill. Big angle here as Zach O'Sullivan leads Robert through outside zone 1, through the transition. Robert Kwasinski catching up, putting it right on the door of Zach Super up the hill. And it does seem like, yeah, maybe Zach Super doesn't have the oomph to get up the hill like Robert Z does. Coming through and across the line, Zach O'Sullivan. I don't think he put in enough of a gap that Robert did in that up the hill between outside zone 2, outside zone 3 and 4. We'll see what happened here. So we might be playing hot seat ring around the rosy here with our announcing, and as I welcome to the booth Ian Plash here.
Am I live? Hello?
Hi Ian, how are you today?
Rogers, you hate to see it.
I hate to see it. I wish good fights for Ian against Roger, but so Ian, I don't know if you caught that last battle in all the chaos. Maybe? Did you? Are you happy with it?
I think looking at run 1, run number 2, they're both pretty comparable. A couple of bobbles and inconsistencies for both leads and chases on a couple of different sections of the course, but very comparable in a lot of different sections of the course as well, especially the first half of the course. I think where maybe some of the differentiation may come from maybe what ends up happening into that last outer zone into the final corner between chase for chase at least, but it's just a super, super close battle through and through. I think there may be a world where we could be seeing this one going one more time, depending on how the judges see some of those differentiating mistakes.
For sure, and I think that, speaking of judges, we do have our judges in, so we're going to slide them left for Robert Kwasinski, slide them right for Zach O'Sullivan here. Okay, so let's see here. We're going to go 1 for Robert, 2 for Robert, and that seals the deal, and all 3 for Robert Kwasinski in his RPM 370Z. Zach O'Sullivan out in the first round, but that is okay as we move on to our Mazda Racing Group 2 top 16. Up first, we're going to have Brandon Gardner leading Ebanks, and then we'll have Sammy Sasto leading Robert Kwasinski.
Yeah, that's definitely a disappointing result for Zach. I know Zach always, when he goes to compete, is looking to get pretty deep into every tournament he runs in. Very strong driver in multiple different series here in Assetto courses. So just, if you got some real life obligations going on, you might need to be more focused on that. Don't have all the time in the world to practice. Again, a lot of the drivers here in this series are the absolute best of the best, putting in laps every single minute of every single hour. So shame to see him out early, but I'm sure he's going to be back strong in a future round.
Yes, I agree. And I think, though, overall, the driving, again, I know I keep saying, but qualifying was so high. 10 points was from a literal perfect run to 32nd place. So the drivers, it doesn't matter your seating in this top 32. Anyone has an equal amount of skill, an equal amount of thing. And yes, Zach O'Sullivan is here and trying to go deep, but everyone here is today. Everyone's driving on that level. So I don't, if I was him, I wouldn't be disappointed.
Oh, not at all. I mean, you saw, well, speaking of which, this next battle on deck right now, Ebanks versus Brandon Gardner. Brandon Gardner, second place finisher, qualifying 29th today. So literally there is so much parity up and down this grid.
Exactly. So Brandon Gardner will be chasing first, as usually it's the higher seed will be leading. So Ebanks, number 13 seed, Brandon Gardner, 29, as was pointed out by Ian. Okay. And let's see what happens here as we're ready to rip. Let's go. Quain Ebanks in the lead. Brandon Gardner in the chase. Look at Quain go, putting that R34 right on that outside line, but Brandon Gardner not afraid to put that giant car right up on that R34's door, up the hill. Let's see if the bigger car for Brandon Gardner is negative, and it doesn't seem so. Big angle going into inside clip number 2, and across the line, door to door, Quain Ebanks, Brandon Gardner. Ian, what an amazing battle.
That wasn't big angle into the final corner. That was gargantuan angle. Quain basically backwards into that final corner. You'll definitely see it on the replay when it comes up in a second. If we do have that replay available, it looks like we will not have that replay. So unfortunately, you have to go off of what I am saying. Massive, massive angle into that final corner. Definitely a couple of points earlier on in the run, though, where I think Brandon's lead could get a couple more points, a couple of zones where Quain wasn't quite as deep into them, especially in the second half of outer zone. I believe that was 2 in the second corner. So a couple of points where I think Brandon could do something in that lead to offset some of the earlier mistakes. But gosh, style points out the wazoo there on the second half of the run for Quain in the lead.
And I think that Quain could also capitalize on a few little mistakes that Brandon made in the chase as well. He could get a little bit closer, match his angle a little bit better as well. So I think both drivers have some wiggle room to really show the judges that they deserve to be in the top 8. So I'm super excited to see this as we get into run 2 here of top 16's battle of Brandon Gardner and Quain Ebanks.
Yeah, we'll see what Brandon has in the lead this time by big feint initiation into the first corner, all over the door, and chases Quain, trying to get in and push a little bit of proximity, but falls off a little bit on the second half of outer zone number 1, pushing back in aggressively. Brandon beautifully fills all of outer zone number 2 and tries to run away up the power alley, successfully opens a little bit of a gap and pulls big angle into that final corner, as well as did Quain in their lead. Quain falling back through the power alley and not really closing it into that final corner's end. So there could be a couple of points chase for chase that could have gone definitely in the favor of Brandon, especially in the second half of that run.
Oh, for sure. The judges have a lot to look at between both drivers. Little mistakes here and there. Nothing huge, but both drivers are just on such a roll today. All the drivers are on such a roll today that the drivers have to look at everything with a fine-tooth comb. I think we've only had, what was it, one battle that was an obvious win due to contact? Something
Correct.
like that. Yeah, so we're just... I'm sure the judges' brains are just turning to mush already as we see who will win here between Quain Ebanks and Brandon Gardner, who will go into the top 8. And we'll see the winner of our next battle, which will be Robert Kwasinski leading Sammy Sastamoining. But, man, I love to see an R34. I love to see an R34 even more when it's being driven this aggressively. Maybe I'm biased.
And R34 sideways is always going to be a thing of beauty. Lots of drift culture with that chassis throughout the years. So we're going to have to see if the judges are going to be able to make a decision based on what they saw off their eyes. We maybe have to get somebody to back out just to double check that first run once we have an idea of what is going on with that. We will let you know, but judges definitely got a lot to deliberate on this battle, top to bottom. Good high quality driving, but a couple of open gaps, a couple of mistakes on zones could be the differentiation here on their decision. Still waiting on that call.
Let's see here.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, I think we're getting a call in, and yeah, the judges are definitely, it's rough for everybody. Let's see. So we're going to slide him left for Brandon Gardner, slide him right for Quain Ebanks, or keep him in the middle for an OMT. Let's see where we find ourselves here. As we get 2 OMTs and a third OMT. So we will see again Quain Ebanks leading Brandon Gardner for a second time. I'm excited, Ian. I think this will be amazing.
Yeah, it's definitely good to get that first run in the bag, see what the driver was doing the last time out, and you can kind of download their driving style, download where they're quick, where they're slow, and get a little more aggressive. The judges are citing for this reason of the OMT being it was just a little couple of mistakes in chase for both. It's just not exactly what they were looking for. You definitely saw it through the power alley. You saw the couple of off cadence transitions and falling back in some awkward places. So judges want to see them clean up a little bit. We'll see if they can try it again and get a little bit closer in chase this time.
And here we go. So Brandon Gardner starting with a big offset to give himself as much speed as possible on Quain to make sure that he just sucks right onto that door through the first diesel zone as they rip out of the gate. Quain Ebanks in the lead. Brandon Gardner in the chase. Here we go. As Queen Ebanks adds a lot of angle. Brandon Gardner, I think a little bit more space than his first battle, but there we go. Brandon getting right up on Quain Ebanks' door, and let's see what happens up the hill. It seems like Quain's R34 might be a little bit slower than Brandon Gardner's up the hill and through the inside zone. Brandon Gardner right on Quain Ebanks' doors.
There you go.
There we go. Yep.
Yeah, you saw it in the chase there. As you were saying earlier, it wasn't quite right to the door in the chase position, but was able to hold it consistent. You're going to notice the proximity, the gap, holding consistent through all the zones. Zone 1 and Zone 2, while he was not pushed into the door, you're not seeing him falling back and then closing in late or closing in late and falling back early, vice versa. Much better job as well through the power, as you're seeing on the replay, able to keep it much closer in proximity to Quain. And Quain just doing what you got to do for the lead, hitting all the zones right, getting all the angle, getting all the style. Definitely opened up the door for Brandon to chase that good of a lead. So we'll see what happens this time around when they switch him.
Oh, for sure. Now Brandon Gardner in the lead, hoping to just run the most perfect run ever. And Quain Ebanks, I think if he can match angle in the chase, he has a very, very solid chance of going on to the top 8 here. And again, both drivers giving themselves such a run up in the chase. I think that overall, all the drivers know that they have to be immediately on the other's door as soon as the track starts.
And we'll see how that strategy works in Quain's favor. He tries to get super aggressive in that initiation in the chase position. Couple of bobbles in the lead for Brandon, but is able to settle the back end of the car as we finish outer zone 1, transitioning very aggressively outer zone 2. Quain all over the side of that infinity up the lead, make a little bit of contact, but unfortunately an awkward spot to make contact. That's going to once again open up the proximity up the hill. Massive angle for Brandon into the final corner, and Quain, a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes in the second half of the course. Lead for lead, chase for chase. That's going to be 1 point. You think Quain may have a little bit of a disadvantage in the judges' eyes. It was looking so good until you see that contact on the inner clip before the long power alley. That opened up the gap, and Brandon was able to really get a decent gap in the second half of the course because of that.
Oh, for sure. I think both Brandon and Quain are working so hard to not get knocked out of this competition like Keenan's internet, man. So they're just pushing as hard as they can, and any mistake is just so magnified now. I think that's the issue. It's not that anyone's driving uncharacteristically bad. Everyone's just driving so well that we'll notice anything at this point.
Yeah, you got to at this point of the run. This is top 16. You got the best of the best out here qualifying and running in this competition as far as ESDA pros go, and any small little mistake, it can completely throw off any kind of momentum you've got going in really important parts of the course as well. You make a piece of contact to set on that inner clip before the long straight in an inopportune time, it just absolutely kills the momentum of your chase car. It almost propels that lead driver forward as a result, as you're seeing on the replay bottom right. Quain does a good job to close it back up into that final zone, but definitely had to make some super aggressive dives into that final corner. And if there is, again, going to be that differentiation, I think the judges are definitely be looking at the second half of the battle.
I think that overall it has not just been a tale of the second half of battles, but the tales of the second half of the track. Yeah. Overall, everyone has been pretty even for the first 2 outside zones. And then after that inside zone, that's when it seems that it really separates the people who want to win today from those who haven't put in as much sweat, let's say, as everyone else. So up that hill, man, it's just so many cars are getting just walked up the hill. And I think that with a drift track with so much elevation, no one's used to it overall. So no one really has a car set up to go over the hill. And I think next time drivers will be more aware of that. And I think we won't see that anymore going forward.
Yeah, there's a strategy you often hear deployed in many pro levels of drift. You want to give up early to gain late. If you push in at a bad time of the cadence of a corner, I guess you could say, it doesn't really allow you to stay on the door through the exit. The exit of the corner is just as important as the judging decisions do come in, by the way, but you have to set yourself up for the exit of your corner to be successful in your chase position, as I believe the judges do have the call coming in.
Yes, we do have a call, and I'm excited to see it. So we can actually move on to our next battle, perhaps, maybe. We're going to slide him left for Brandon Gardner. We're going to slide him right for Quain Ebanks. We're going to keep him in the middle for an OMT, and we'll see what happens here. Guy goes for the OMT. 1 goes for Brandon Gardner. And 2 for Brandon Gardner. So Brandon Gardner goes from 29th seed to move on to the top 8, and he will battle the winner of Robert Kwasinski leading Sammy Sastamoining in our next battle.
Yeah, as they were saying in the chat as well, the contact was definitely the reason for this decision as well. Small bits of contact throughout the first half of the course, causing the gap to open in the second half, and that's just kind of all she wrote there. Brandon was very consistent in their chase, so it's just one of those deals where you can't match in chase, and both comparable leads, so it goes the one way of Brandon, as this is going to be the first top 16 battle done. Next up, we got Sammy versus Robert. This will be the last one before we get to our graded lobby number 2.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see it, and this is the heat's already turning up, and these are only top 16 battles here yet. We have a whole second half of the bracket still. So I think I'm excited for the top 4 here, but we still got to get through all these battles. So we're going to have Robert Kwasinski leading Sammy Sastamoinen. As our first battle, our overlay might be a little bit backwards just due to seating differences. It's okay, don't worry. The 370Z will lead, I promise you. And we have Sammy Sastamoinen as our birthday boy in the chase in that S15. As we line up. Okay, I think we're ready to see this battle begin as the lights come on. I want to feel like a magician when I say the lights go on, and away we go. There it is. Out of the gates, Robert Kwasinski, big angle. Sammy Sastamoinen going in super hot, dropping tires to stay on the track and doing anything he can to claw back up to get proximity on Robert Kwasinski, who's cutting a little bit of angle to get up the hill. Big angle, and Sammy just rushing up to the door that diesel is on, but somehow not making contact as they go across the line, Ian. Jeez.
Yeah, Sammy going a little bit wide, as you were saying, on the first corner. I saw him also bolt down the last inner clip as well in the final corner. And, Sammy running on a good wave of emotion and hype. After all, he just took down last season's regular season champion in Sullivan. So a good wave of momentum going in his favor as well. You see his driving being really smart, just kind of letting the lead driver do their thing in the places where they make the mistakes, pounce in opportune moments throughout the course. And that should be leaning in the favor. I believe they're going into the second half of this battle, potentially in Sammy's half. But again, it's not over till the latest things. You got to get the second half done as well.
They hired singers for this round? I'm super excited.
Yeah, I heard you just a couple minutes ago.
Oh, yeah, but I already sang.
gotta get it again.
So Sammy Sastamoinen in the lead now. Robert Kwasinski in the chase. Let's go on. Both these boys want to be in the top 8 to battle Brandon Gardner. And I think that's going to be an insane battle no matter who it is to get into the top 4 here of our Mazda Racing Group 2 here as lights out and away we go.
Yeah, we'll see what Sammy can do in their chase. Roberts get the chance at the lead here, second half of this final top 16 battle in lobby number 2. Beautifully getting into outer zone number 1, kind of falling short a little bit through the center, but fills up nicely for the second half. Charging aggressively in chase. Sammy doing their best, making a little bit of contact in the front wheel well even, a matching angle beautifully on the exit of the course and transitioning straight across the bumper and being very dropping his tire. More contact going to be made as well. Judges are definitely going to have a lot to look at here, especially going to that final corner. There's arguments for both drivers being at fault for multiple things here throughout the run. I gotta believe we'll go into it in depth on that replay, but wow, super aggressive first half and several mistakes somehow not leading to absolute carnage in the second half of this run.
And that was nuts. It was everything was well, good, and proper, and then we got to that last corner and just it turned into a bare knuckle boxing fight. It almost looked like Sammy put a gap in there, might have slowed down a little bit later than Robert expected. Robert sucked back in. There was some contact, a lot of angle change, a lot of things happened there in that last corner, to say the least. And I would argue that might have been the most eventful corner of the entire top so far.
There was a lot to unpack there in that final corner, all the way from the outer zone into the inner clip. A lot happened in the chase position. You don't see it very well in the TV camera, but from the chase camera was where we have been watching and commentating from, at least on my end. I noticed that in chase there was a big tire drop for Robert. I believe that was in the... actually that would have been... I'm getting all kind of crossed up here, but basically the chase driver dropping a tire into the grass.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like that is going to be the reason for this. The judges see the decision coming in. I'll kind of elaborate on that as we get this decision in, but please, let's go ahead and get that on.
So we're gonna slide him left for Sammy Sasto and slide him right for Robert Kwasinski. 1 for Sammy. 2 for Sammy. And a unanimous decision for Sammy Sasto beating Robert Kwasinski in the top 16 to move on to the top.
We may be incorrect on that one, actually. I believe it's all 3 Robert, and Sammy was deemed at fault.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, so what you're seeing on screen is not correct. Actually, it is going to be Robert getting the win, all 3 in favor, saying Sammy was deemed at fault for the contact. A little bit of a miscommunication in chat. I can see the reasoning for the awkwardness. But yeah, essentially they're saying that going into the final corner, Sammy was then deemed at fault for the contact into the corner. So it is all good. We've got to figure out it is not Sammy going on. It is Robert who is going to be going on. Robert will be facing Brandon, and he will be going for the top 4 spot out of lobby number 2 against Brandon Gardner.
So Robert Kwasinski, our 12th seed, up against Brandon Gardner, our 29 seed. We'll see what happens here. So Robert will get the opportunity to lead first, and that will be very nice. As Brandon Gardner in that giant Infinity, what is it, a Q60?
Yep.
Oh my God! For some reason, that feels like an SUV name.
It's between an SUV and a car, the thing is a little bit of a chungus anyway, so it might as well be an SUV in a coupe form, right?
Yeah. So we'll see here as we get a big Nissan to go against a small Nissan. Let's see what happens here. Line them up. We're going to get Robert Kwasinski on the line. Brandon Gardner starting to move there, so I think we're starting to get an idea of when our battle will be starting soon. There it is.
Hold on one second. I'm filling 2 rolls, and I've made a mistake. There we go.
It will be okay. Do not worry. Our drivers are lined up. That's what matters. And we got Robert Kwasinski at the line in that 370Z. Brandon Gardner with a huge offset to give him some runs into that first decel zone again. There we go. Lined up, ready to go. This is a battle for the top 4 slot here in our Moza Racing Route 2. As we get lights on, lights out, and away we go. Robert Kwasinski in the lead, Brandon Gardner in the chase. Chat points out NA against NA and not naturally aspirated. So moving in here, going in Nissan on Infinity. Let's see, is that Nissan fast enough up the hill? Putting a little bit of a gap on that Q60, adding the angle from both drivers. There we go, and across the line, that Q60 just looks so big compared to a 370, and a 370 is not small at all.
Noticing on the first outside zone, I don't know how good the replay angle is going to catch it. You're going to see a little bit of a tire drop. Robert Kwasinski not getting the right or left rear tire rather to stay on the course for the second half of the zone. Small drop as maybe the last 10 or 15 feet of the zone, having the one tire off, but recovers nicely for the rest of it. And Gardner in the picture again. He's been a bastion of consistency in chase. That's what I'm noticing so far today. Able to keep the car where it needs to be at the correct angles. He may not be pushing into the door in every single section, but he's not being inconsistent with the proximity through all of these corners throughout the course and able to keep the car glued, especially through that power alley. So good stuff so far. Brandon Gardner is going to switch it around.
Yes, and so we're going to have Brandon Gardner now in the lead. Robert Kwasinski trying to hide in the shadow of that car for an entire run, and we'll see if he is able to do so. I think that he has the speed to get up that hill and stay close the entire way here, Ian, and away they go.
Yeah, we'll see what they have in the chase positions. We try it once again to the final corner. Who is going on into your final 4? Couple of bobbles for Brandon again through outer zone number 1. Recovers it nicely all over the side. Is Kwasinski in the chase position. Matching angle beautifully, but Brandon puts down the power and opens up the gap up the power alley and into that final corner. Big angle up in the lead. Couple of awkward bobbles in chase and a little bit of near contact. I don't know if there was exact contact, but it definitely messed up the second half of the corner for Robert in that chase position. So once again, the judges are are going to look at potentially who is at fault for the contact. A lot of times, though, in those decel zones, if there is a situation where a car charges in, it's really hard to deem the fault and the lead. So potentially some more points going in Brandon's favor going into the final corner.
Excellent. So we're going to see who wins here. I don't know. It could very well be an OMT, except for, again, that last corner. It really is just the deciding factor on all of these battles, and it's so hard because you're going uphill, you're trying to put so much power in it, and you don't want to break too much and lose all of that momentum going uphill. And it seems that sometimes it's miscalculated, especially after an entire run here. Yeah, of course, your nerves are going, you're running on basically adrenaline only as we're waiting for our judges here to get a call, and I'm sure the judges are trying to decide what really happened there in that last corner. Because run 1 seemed pretty clean overall, but run 2 was a little bit scruffy.
Yeah, and I knew looking at the course map that going into the final corner was going to be the point of contention for today. It is such a high-speed section of the course as well. You got the grass right on the edge of the tarmac as well. That could cause some, loss of grip, a little bit of a loss of friction, if you will, with the contact being made into the final corner. That grass has bitten many people before, dropping a tire off. You're seeing a lot of guys with a lot of angle up in the lead and maybe not quite ready to match in chase, causing contact as well. There are just so many different ways you can approach this final corner. And if the speed driver's been going into that corner all day long, you're definitely seeing the differentiation of style causing many of the points of contention that we're seeing so far today. This has been a really, really good battle so far. And again, the winner of this one is going on into your final four. This is the last battle of lobby number 2. We'll see what happens.
Yes, and we will see what happens here as Brandon Gardner and Robert Kwasinski still the judges deliberating. It could go either way here.
I can honestly see this going one more time, honestly. Just depending on if they deem enough of those mistakes in the first run as well, big enough to offset what just happened on the second run, or they're just really deliberating on who is at fault for what happened on the second run as well. So, this could definitely go either way. This is a very close battle through and through. Really, the only different points I'm seeing is that final corner and maybe the loss of proximity on run number 2 up the hill into the final corner. So this could really go any way here, Joe.
Really go anywhere here, and both drivers just went all out. And while we were waiting for the judges, I might have heard a thud outside from Roger hitting the ground. We'll see. Maybe Keenan won here.
Defeated the demon. He's panting.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see, and I think we're hearing a chirp from the judges. So, does Roger look worse than you, Keenan?
I did what I had to do.
You did what you did.
I'm not proud of myself.
He had the strength to do it, though. That's what's important.
I had to stoop to their level.
Good. Excellent. Okay, and the judges still deliberating. We'll see eventually. I'm sure that they are trying to assign blame for the wackiness through that last corner. Let's see here.
Still waiting on the call. I feel like this is going to be a long deliberation or a long reasoning behind this call. Usually it's pretty straightforward with a really short and punctual message. So we'll see what the reasoning is behind it. If we do have a decision, we'll show it to you and then deliberate as to why that decision was made. But if this is the end of lobby number 2, congratulations to everybody who has competed thus far. This will be the halfway point of today's tournament. I want to thank everyone out there in Twitch as well and YouTube from TraxionGG to hang out with us today on this beautiful Saturday afternoon or night or morning, wherever you are across the world. I hope you're enjoying this exciting drift action. And I got Harold McKinney in the booth as well. As soon as we actually get that decision, I feel like Harold's going to want to deliberate on this. And yes, we do have a decision. Let's go ahead and show on broadcast, and Harold is going to deliberate as to why this decision was made. So Strix, if we could please get the decision up on screen.
And we will be sliding them left for Brandon Gardner, right for Robert Kwasinski in his 370Z here. We're going to go 1 for Robert, 2 for Robert, and 3 for Robert Kwasinski here in our top 8 battle here in our Group 2 Formosa. So, Harold, why was that call made?
Okay, it was a lot of reasons. The first run of that looked really good, so it was really none that we could really pick. It mainly came down to the second run. Gardner came in a little bit too inside on the first inside clip, and Robert kind of had nowhere to go but to follow him. Brendan had put a tire on that white line, which was us in the meeting that we do not want guys to be dropping or putting a tire on that white line. The main thing that came down to was the contact. I know that's what everybody wanted to get, I guess, an understanding on. Brandon was coming in there at an angle where if Robert didn't even hit him, he was going to definitely hit the inside clip. We had the telemetry, we heard the engine sound, and he just did not come in with enough speed, and he had to check up and cause the contact. So we deemed that to the lead guard, and overall, Robert gets the win.
So while it is a decel zone, you would then consider that an over decel in the zone before the final corner, hence that was the reason for putting Brandon at fault.
Yeah, so pretty much the lead car did not come in with enough speed. Like, he braked properly, but he just did not come in with enough speed to get him to that inside clip. And that's what caused him to have to check up the lead car.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Harold. So we are getting ready as we transfer over for, I'm going to need help with who is our Group 3 friend. So we're going to transfer over here as our Mazda Racing Group 2 for ESDA Round 2 here from Interlagos. We're going to take a short break as we transfer servers. Folks, thank you so much for hanging out with us today on this lovely Saturday, and we will see you soon.
Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh! Oh no! Oh! Oh! Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing, build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh no! Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ESDA round number 2 presented by Traxion here on twitch.tv and youtube.com/TraxionGG. My name is Keenan Kuzin, once again joining you whether you like it or not back in the commentary booth from Interlagos, Brazil, and this track has been a hit. Again, my name is Keenan Kuzin, joined as well by Joe Piro, Strix Postal Tricks, Strix9 Pulse Tricks is our producer, and today Hex Valentine feeling a little bit under the weather, so Ian Plash has taken his role and taken my role too, apparently, in the commentary booth. My internet feels like it's not working.
All will become Ian. And then we're going to have our judges as well. We're going to have Harold McKinney, Ben Daly, and Nathan Rudder. I'm just so glad to have you back, Keenan. It's lovely to have you.
Don't get used to it. I'm not holding my breath.
So we're packing our bags, Keenan. We went from Long Beach. We're going on a trip.
We're going on a trip in our favorite, I'm not doing it.
In our favorite Earthview.
Southeastern Brazil and Sao Paulo, right in the middle between the lakes is what Interlagos translates to quite literally. Here at the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pate, super famous venue, one of the most famous, if not the most famous, motorsport facility in all of Brazil. As we take a look at basically our racetrack, which is just Sector 2, if you're familiar with the Grand Prix course.
And it is an excellent track indeed, an excellent sector. So we got our outside zones going downhill, inside clip to outside zone 3, coming up through the hill and into inside clip 2 at the top of the hill. And so we are here in our Big Duck Club Group 3. We got Brandon Patrick up against Austin Zalewski. It is our first battle. Then we'll have Samuel Cuddy up against Connor Christensen. And then Nico Stalia up against Artem Chokov. And then Daniel Drejev up against Deshaun Hack.
A bunch of huge name here. Brandon Patrick, again, our season 2021 overall champion, our playoff champion. Austin Zalewski representing Team On the Mountain, huge following here in the Assetto Corsa scene. Nico Stalia, the Wonder Kid, finally getting his name into competition. A lot of names here that could absolutely take it all the way, and only one will be your Big Duck Club Group number 3 winner. As we move into battle number 1, Brandon Patrick in the Triple F Drifting Department, Ferrari 599. Yes, you heard that right. Followed by Austin Zalewski in the On the Mountain Supra.
Yeah, and I'm super excited to see this battle. The Supra you think the hood's so long on it, but you see it next to something with a V12, and all of a sudden just doesn't seem like such a long car anymore to me, Keenan. But we're lined up, and out we go as Brandon Patrick leads Austin Zalewski into that first outside zone. Lots of angle from Brandon, locked in right at angle as Austin is trying to tuck it in as best as he can right up on that door. There we go, settling in through outside zone number 2, cutting in close, and then cutting it in and across the line, Keenan.
Great job from both those two guys. As again, a little bit of an issue with our replay, but Brandon, again, we talked about it a little bit as on media day. Brandon was present, and he was like, "There's going to be a lot of tire drops in the first corner," and in the first corner, Brandon somehow,
getting through there. Just so much angle out of Brandon for the entire run. It was crazy, but I think Austin's going to have to really slay to show the judges that he gets to go on to the top 16.
Brandon, number 2 qualifier. I was going to say, I don't know how he kept Fiorella in that inner zone, or the outer zone, the first outer zone, but they're both lined up here for run number 2 of our first battle of our Big Duck Club Group number 3.
Excellent. So now Brandon Patrick not giving himself as much of a run-up that Austin did. We'll see if that pays off or hurts.
Brandon Patrick in the chase, Austin Zalewski in the lead. Good job so far. Big smoke coming from that Supra in the lead position. Brandon just getting that car rotated across the bumper of Austin Zalewski in the lead position. Big angle still from Brandon. That seems to be his forte in this Ferrari. Pushing the zone, maybe a little bit of contact there on the front end of Austin's vehicle. That is going to come down. I think that's where the battle is going to be won or lost. Looking like it just happened, Joe, outside of that second decel zone.
It's always the case on this track. You rip up that hill and then you got to slow down and get real tight into that inside clip, and it's hard. There's a lot of changes, like your speed's changing, where the car wants to go is changing, the way it responds due to the change in like angle of attack throughout that outside zone. It's really, really tricky. You almost have to slow down a little bit more than you expect because you're kind of coming over a hump as our judges are filtering in here. Let's see. And the drivers, again, everyone just parks up so nice today as we watch those replays.
Big cuties. Big cuties.
Yeah, big cuties all day, all the way around, except for Roger. Don't like Roger.
No, not a big Roger fan. Or his brother Roger. Or his cousin Roger.
His dad Roger.
Yeah, it looked like, again, just caught the replay there with my Canadian internet that never functions properly. Last decel zone looked like maybe Brandon just went a little bit shallow. And didn't pull the angle he was looking for, and that just caused him like maybe a mile an hour or two too fast. And a little tap to Austin, but it did happen outside the zone. So judges are going to deliberate here, and we'll see what they say.
I hear that we got a judgment in, so we're going to slide him left for Brandon Patrick, slide him right for Austin Zalewski, keep him in the middle for an OMT. One for Austin Zalewski. 2 for Austin Zalewski. 3 for Austin Zalewski. Going on to our top 16. Another upset today. But up next, we're going to have Samuel Cootie up against Connor Christensen.
Big win for Austin. Our number 31 qualifier taking on our number 2 qualifier. Brandon just... Again, this is the same thing like last year. Joe just needs to get into a rhythm here in ESDA. He's done really well in other competitions leading up to now, but it seems like he just needs his big breakthrough in ESDA competition to be able to push on here. So good showing from Brandon, but all it took was that one mistake. Again, judges kind of agreeing, saying he just went in a little bit too hot. I think he just came off that outer zone a little bit early. But Samuel Kuti for the Carbon Drift team going up against Connor Christensen. For all those on the mountain fans, here is... Wow, if he wins, he's going up against his teammate in this S14.
Love to see that, honestly. Two guys who want to drive aggressive with each other and know how each other drives. It's very nice. Also, happy to see Samuel Cootie in that E36. Just overall, happy to see diversity in the cars. I always think is fun. Maybe I'm a nerd. It's okay.
Definitely a nerd. I mean, we're all nerds. We're sitting here watching pretend drift cards. Like, these are literally pixels. You can go outside right now if you want to. The sun's out there, you know, like...
I don't want to go outside.
I mean,
there's drifting going on right now.
You right.
You know, like, there's drifting going on. I mean, come on. We got Samuel Cootie against Connor Christensen. What more do you want?
Yeah, I don't know why. I told people that's not my best move, but that's all right. Hopefully they don't call my bluff. But yeah, we're going to have Connor... This is another really close battle, Joe. On the left side of the bracket, we have 16-17. This is 15 and 18. So Samuel Kuti is going to be leading in the Escuco Drift family BMW and chasing against Christensen in the S14.
Super excited to see it. Super excited to see it here. And Connor Christensen giving himself a large run up here as Samuel Kuti lines up right at the line. Lights out and away we go. Connor Christensen getting right up onto that bumper of Samuel Cootie's E36. There we go into first outside zone. Perfect mimic from Connor in the chase. Samuel Cootie's throwing down a very good lead as he's cutting in a little bit early on outside zone 2 and up the hill. Let's see if Connor can keep up, and it seems like yes, he is in contact again, and now I think Connor has to fall back a little bit due to that contact, unfortunately.
We got some techno fans in the chat. Shout out. Let's go.
Thank you, fans.
Big man, big things. Say it with your chest.
Oof. And we'll see here. This is a beautiful run, Keenan, overall, I think.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of mistakes from Connor in the chase, especially coming up the hills. Take a look at the replay here. Keep in mind what I'm seeing is a little bit behind what you guys are seeing live in chat. But only problem he had in the first half of the course was maybe just not as much proximity. Good run from Kuti in the lead position, but pushing it super deep into that second outer zone. Tire off. I saw some dirt kick up, maybe a little bit of contact there as well. So nothing huge against Christensen, but we've seen battles get easily drawn one way or the other today, Joe, for a whole lot less. So,
for sure. And we still have an entire second run to do. So we'll see what happens here. Samuel Kuti, can he put it on Connor's door the entire run and then not make contact? Because if so, I think it might be an easy win for him.
Yeah, we'll see if he can put down a safe chaser. We're going to see more of the Odie factor today, as I'm going to affectionately refer to it. Samuel Kuti driving out of the Czech Republic. Connor Christensen, one of our, it feels like almost lone Americans here today, as we dive into turn number 1. Connor in the lead in the OTM S14. Samuel leaving a little bit of room. I think he's going to wait to charge here till the end of the run. A little bit shallow is Connor. Samuel doing his job as a follow driver, following that line. Going to be super shallow coming up the hill. Big surge here from Samuel Kuti in the chase position. Connor gets a little bit of gap there at the end, but I think if that contact is going to be deemed at fault to Connor Christensen, Samuel Kuti just did everything he needed to do to move on here.
I don't know, because it does seem like maybe it might balance out to an OMT for me even. I think Samuel needed to commit a little bit more to make up. Because overall, yes, there was contact, but it wasn't that huge. And yes, the chase fell back a little bit, but let's see.
And take a look at that run number 1, the last decel zone, just bonk right there on the door. I think it was the contact for me, Techno, and it was also on top of that, the one tire in the dirt. So it was just a combo of 2 minor mistakes that to me equate to maybe a bit, oh wow, the parking, to maybe a little bit to a heavier mistake. Connor didn't really do anything incorrectly. Like, he could have got a little bit closer, could have maybe drove a bit more aggressively, but that's not necessarily a mistake. So
yeah, it's not a mistake at all. So we're lining up. I think we do have a win here.
Oh!
Okay, so we're going to slide him left for Samuel Kuti. We're going to slide him right for Connor Christensen. We're going to keep him at the middle for an OMT. So let's see here what happens. We're going to go 1 for Samuel Kuti. 2 for Samuel Kuti, locking it in. And Nathan, not to slouch on it, also says Samuel Kuti. So it does seem, Keenan, that Connor was deemed at fault for the contact, but then also in the nail in the coffin was that he dropped some tires during his lead.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to use the term, but you hate to see it. Connor Christensen not going to be able to battle his teammate, as Samuel Kuti from the Czech Republic is going to be moving on to what I'm going to affectionately refer to as the European Sports Drift Association. Where did all you guys come from? Well, Europe. I guess I answered my own question. But he will be battling Austin Zalewski in our first top 16 battle. But to get there, we have a barn burner, as the second half of this battle is just showing Nico Stalia. I call him the Wonder Kid. This kid is no older. I think I've gotten a bunch of different ages. He's younger than 10. So, I mean, I have hairs on my body that are older than this child. There's like 4 of the hairs on my body, but all of them are older than this kid. And he already drives a car way better than I could ever dream. Keep an eye on that, on his socials, on his space. He's only going to be going up from here, and he has the chance to keep this momentum going by taking out Artem Chokov in the 599XX Ferrari.
That is insane. So we'll see. And Artem last round had a very, very, very solid qualifying run as well. So I think we can expect to see very aggressive chasing here. But I think that Nico might really have a heater lead run in his back pocket, because qualifying yesterday, definitely it was.
Yeah, I don't think Artem's going to take Nico lightly. You know what I mean? Everybody on the racetrack, it doesn't matter how old you are just another car to get on the door of, and another hurdle in the way of victory. Ladies and gentlemen, our first run of the battle starts now.
Here we go. Nico Stalia in the lead. Artem Chokov in the chase. There we go. Big angle from Nico, keeping it calm, cool, and collected through that first outside zone. Artem struggling to keep up with the E36. There we go. Pushing Nico up the hill, it seems, but that little tiny E36 seems to maybe open up a gap up the hill. And Artem struggling to maintain the same kind of angle that Nico is in that tiny little E36 through that last corner, which is really always the deciding factor to me.
Yeah, very seems like it's a very hot spot here on the course, and it's becoming that fast into the corner. I'm not really surprised as we take a look at the replay. Nico Stalia doing what he does best, just nice and solid lead runs. Chokov, maybe a tire over there actually in outer zone number 1. We'll have to take another look at that when we do the same or do our replays here at the end. But Chokov with his own set of mistakes there on the last corner, just not really looking set. Maybe just didn't get the angle he was looking for, and then struggled a little bit. Though it could have just been netcode, it did look like it may have been on the service side. As we switch positions here, Nico Stalia going to be chasing Artem Chokov in the lead position.
There we go. So Artem Chokov in the lead now, and Nico Stalia giving himself a long run up in that little car up against that Ferrari. I think that there won't be too much of an issue though. We saw how fast Nico's car was in that first run. So super excited to see what happens here as both drivers are lined up and ready for run number 2 of their battle here in the Group 3, presented by Big Duck Club.
We have the Ukrainian in the lead, the Spaniard in chase, Nico Stalia against Artem Chokov. Maybe not getting the best entry was Chokov. If Nico dropped a tire, then Artem is trying his best to do one too. But that Ferrari's so good at just being able to throw so much angle and make it look nice and smooth. Nico Stalia is actually struggling to keep that car in drift behind Chokov because it's so stylish. There's so much angle. Maybe a little bit of contact there going into the corner. Nico tries to push him through the corner. That's the homiest thing we've seen today. Maybe got into this. I think there's a lot of lag playing a big factor here, Joe. But Nico said, oh no, he's going to spin. I got to push him through the rest of the corner. Love to see it.
Boys support boys, man. Coming through that corner. And I don't know if it was intentional even, but when you're that committed, you can always get lucky and push the leader through the corner. I'm sure Artem was very happy about that because that looked like he was about to spin regardless of what Nico did here. Let's see. And I'm sure the judges will be looking at that with a hawk eye because...
Oh, yeah. I'm seeing it too. It looks like he did over-rotate.
Yes.
A little bit there.
Who can say? I'm going to have to wait for the replay to come back again.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this might be one of the roughest judging calls of the day because it really is going to come down. We've seen a lot of contact in that last outer zone and then last decel zone, I should say. Actually, both are true. But a lot of it has been pretty cut and dry. A lot of it's been very clear at who's at fault. But there is a little bit of jittering going on from Chokov, so he could have very well have been hit on his screen at his end. That is just the unfortunate side effect of having to organize these tournaments through the wonderful world of online gaming. I've been getting very acquainted with the wonderful world of online gaming today. Thank you, Rogers. Very cool. But just not, yeah.
No, I can't tell. It looks... I could see him putting too much angle on it, but I could also see him getting tapped halfway through. You know? I could see both things. This is just nuts. I don't think anyone flopped there though. There we go. So I hear, Keenan, that we're getting a call, and I hear that we are gonna get graced with one of our celebrity judges.
Yeah, we are going to get the main man himself, Harold McKinney, the brainchild behind the entire ESDA series, but we do have a winner.
So we're gonna slide him left for Nico Stalia, slide him right for Artem Chokov, keep him in the middle for an OMT. We'll see what happens here. Die goes for Nico. 2 for Nico, securing him the win, and all 3 for Nico Stalia. Moving on. So I think we are waiting for the big man himself to explain that call. Euler. I'm sure he's having a discussion with competitors. Now that I did it, I believe he's also having a discussion with the competitors themselves about that call. It must be that close to the judges. But I must say here at ESDA, I find it very nice that the judges take the time and won't just throw an OMT if there is a win to be called.
Yep, what I like about the judges here too is nothing. I'm joking. What I like about the judges here, from what I see, is they do their best to explain why they chose what they chose and why they voted what they voted. You know, maybe the drivers won't. The drivers will never agree. If you lose, you're mad. That's just the way it is. But a lot of you guys at home, sometimes you miss call or we miss stuff or we don't catch things, and the judges will always do their best to explain in their view why they thought a battle was a win or a battle was a loss. And sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree, but you know, providing that information at least is valid to understand their calls. So right now, Dai is explaining it to the drivers. I got to imagine if I'm Artem, I'm maybe a little frustrated here because it is. I think I know why. I'm not going to say anything, but I think I know why.
I could see it from both. I could see it from both sides. I've been on both sides of that kind of call. So, speaking of the devil Dai, Harold, why was the call made the way it was?
So we looked at it. We looked at it real closely. As everybody probably figured, it came down to the last turn. Nico, it was very slight contact. It was very slight. I mean, coming from an ex-driver myself, driving, and if I got hit like that, I could have kept going. Like, honestly, I wouldn't say it's a flop, but it wasn't nothing that major that he could have just literally like almost parked the car like that. So, but he could have honestly, Adam could have definitely still could have powered out of that. It was a very, very minor contact. But on the other end, on the first run, Artem did have some mistakes on his chase run. So with all that being said, Nico gets the win.
There we go. So heard it straight from the horse's mouth there, Keenan. A little bit of contact, but they think maybe the spinning was a little too much due to it.
Yeah, again, I think what we're seeing, we can only judge off what we see, right? We can't make excuses for connection and whatever, and unfortunately it just is what it is. But I think what probably happened there is that it was more like it was just a tap, but I saw Artem jittering and lagging a little bit. So I think the contact was probably a lot stiffer on his screen than it was on the stream and for Nico and for everybody else. So that is probably why Artem was a little bit upset. That's what I thought it was about, and I think he's got every right to be a little bit upset. But with the unfortunate situation we have where drivers are from all over the world and varying connections to the servers and all stuff like that, as our next battle is Daniel Andrzej from IRT Racing Team going up against Deshaun Hack from Team Ascent. But yeah, it just is what it is. It's unfortunate. I don't blame the judges. I don't blame Nico. I don't blame Artem. I don't think it was something silly like flopping, like some of the comedians in our chat think it is. But I think he maybe just got hit a little bit, but the lag made it feel a lot worse on Artem's side because his car does jitter and it does over-rotate. And I don't think he's the type of dude that would do something like that. Just like Dai said, they don't think it was a flop either. I absolutely don't think it was anything malicious. It's just is what it is. So we move on to our next battle here. I don't know why maybe they're just they're off in the little boys' room because
or they're discussing still. I'm sure that there might just be discussion about it.
Yeah,
as there tends to be. But I think we're moving up. Here we go. I'm seeing some life out of the drivers.
Like I said, I completely understand. I think it's the right call. I think it's the right decision. But if I was Artem, I would be upset. I'd be heated. It's just it's competition. It's the way it is.
For sure. And I think that anyone who has drifted competitively has found them online has definitely found themselves in that exact position.
The lag giveth, the lag taketh away. That is the way it goes.
Yep. So we're waiting for Daniel Andreev. Deshaun Hack at the line. There he is. Man, I'm sorry, but those R35s, they're just so big. See the little S15 next to it.
They do be kind of chumby, though.
Yeah, very big. Corn-fed.
They've been doing their squats, for sure.
Yeah, right. But we're lined up. We're ready to rip as this is our final top 32 battle of group number 3 here, presented by Big Duck Club here at ESDA Round 2, presented by Traxion. So many presented by us. And lights out and away we go. Daniel in the lead, Deshaun in the chase. Jig Gold saved it somehow. Deshaun having to choke up to maintain proximity after that initiation. I don't think Daniel could have done anything really different. I think he stayed on his side of the line for the full initiation and up the hill. It doesn't seem like Deshaun's GTR's any harm getting up that hill and across the line. Daniel can open it back up again. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, that went wrong immediately for Deshaun Hack. I don't know if he just didn't wasn't where he wanted to be on his entry here, but I thought he was gonna door him immediately. Goes real shallow, just trying to catch up from that mistake. Deshawn's a guy that I think could make it like kind of recover from those kinds of mistakes mentally, and you see that in his chase run. Big mistake there in the first corner, but good job making up for it for the rest of the run. Huge pressure in that second inner clip, but Judge is definitely going to be taking a look at that initiation. Just tried to get real aggressive, and it almost costed him. Great job not making it worse than it was.
Yes, sometimes you just find, and the worst part is as a competitor, sometimes you find yourself in that position, you're like, oops, I already went too hard, and then you're just doing your best to bail out of that situation. And I think Deshawn did a great job of doing that through the first outside zone, but I think he will pay for it in the long run regardless.
I mean, we still have another run here to go as Deshawn Hack from Team Ascent in the lead position. Bunch of support in chat from his friends and teammates against Daniel Andrejev from the IRT Racing Team in the blue, teal, or blue. What would you call that lighter blue? I call that Robin blue, or it's grabber blue.
I'm terrible with colors, but I'd call it Tiffany blue because I know it's not right.
So the Tiffany blue S15. That's a woman's name. It's not supposed to be. Anyway, Daniel in the chase.
I got the reference.
Great job for Deshawn Hack. Good angle. I think he's trying to force a mistake out of that S15, and all you can really do in the lead is just pull as much angle as you can and see if you can force a mistake from that S15. Not great line from Daniel right now. Oh, he completely missed the outer zone. That's going to be big because Deshawn Hack is putting on a great lead run right now, Joe. That may have been the mistake. I don't think it's going to open up a door to a Deshawn Hack win, but it's definitely put OMT into the conversation.
I think it might. I think that might be enough. Missing a whole zone is a big deal. Messing up initiation, you can kind of argue it's a big deal or a small deal, but missing a zone, especially a zone that every driver has hit all day.
Yeah, you can't miss that. I mean, you can't, going up the hill. I understand the line going up the hill is a bit. Yes, you got to do what you got to do going up the hill, but he completely missed that last outer zone to be able to gain proximity on Deshawn. And I mean, Deshawn's mistake in his lead was pretty damning, but
yes,
that was to me also pretty significant. So we'll be able to see if they even out. Maybe one driver's mistake will be worse than the other. Maybe there's mistakes we missed. Who knows, ladies and gentlemen? We still have to find a winner. I clapped.
And again, everyone here scored over a 90, so it's not like, oh, yeah, sure, it's the number 10 seed against the number 20.
They don't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything. So everybody's on an equal playing field. And again, we're still only in a top 32 battle here for this group. And we're moving on. Everyone's vying just to get into the top 16 this round. And I bet we'll see drivers bragging about getting just into the top 16 this round in the future, Keenan.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, if the cutoff is an 90, if you made it, be proud. And anywhere farther than that, you get to hang your hat on that. We said it earlier with Machado, who bowed out a little bit early. Brandon Patrick bowing out earlier than he wanted to, just making it into this field. I wish I could have been there for qualifying yesterday, but unfortunately, I was having, the whole country was having issues, at least if you were a Rogers customer. I don't know if I've mentioned that name yet. But
Roger.
It's kind of disappointing I didn't get to see the runs, but I mean, just looking at the scores, there is no, and it's not like this track is easy peasy. This isn't a Silverstone National for my Forza friends out there. This is a pretty technical track. Going up the hill is difficult. Hitting both those outer zones fluid is difficult. The last outer zone is difficult. A lot of commitment I've seen in chat as well. It rewards risk taking. So, I mean, if y'all get 90s, it's nuts.
So, we do have a call. And we're going to see what happens here as we go left for Daniel Andrejev, right for Deshawn Hack, in the middle for OMT. 1 for Deshawn. 2 for Deshawn, securing Deshawn the win. And let's see from Nathan, just to see for taste. All 3 for Deshawn Hack, moving on to battle Nico Stalia. Nico just doesn't get a break. Only has to battle R35s today.
Hey man, if I can't speak for Stalia's behalf because I don't know Spanish, but if I did, I would say if I'm going to make it to the final, I want to go up against the hardest opponents I can get. I want to feel like I've earned it. I want to work my way into that, to be that Big Duck Club Group number 3 winner and to make it into our Final 4. But all 3 for Deshaun Hack. Andrzej just had too many errors in his lead and chase, and that outweighed the correction from Hack. Like I said, you miss a zone, completely miss a zone, that's big. So unfortunately, bowing out a little bit early to move on to Austin Zalewski in the chase position team on the mountain. One of our only Americans left in competition against the Czech driver of Samuel Kuti in the
we'll see some
Drift Family E36.
Yeah, we'll see some BMW on BMW action here in
Very
the top
funny.
16. I had to get it once, okay? I've never made it before, ever on stream. I'll do it now. So we're waiting just a moment from our judging stand. I'm sure they're discussing something, but I'm sure that Samuel and Austin are sitting there just wanting to get the show on the road there. Keen, I hate waiting at the start gate during comps personally.
I mean, the longer you wait in between battles, the more pressure it puts on yourself, especially when you're at the line. The anxiety just starts going up. The nerves start going up for both these drivers. You know, Zalewski, I think the farther you go in competition, the less nervous you get. But unfortunately, you know, especially with the waiting we do in between groups, just to be able to progress our event as fast as we can for you guys, it's a huge deal. You're looking down the track, you're imagining your run, and everything that can go wrong. So judges are ready, drivers are ready, streams ready, ladies and gentlemen. This is your first battle of your Big Duck Club Group number 3 top 16.
So we got Samuel Kuti in the lead, Austin Zalewski in the chase. Great angle through that first outer zone. It looks, whoa, it almost looked like Samuel was going to lose it there, but he was getting just like a tire off there through that first outside zone and up the hill. It looks like that E36 is fast, man, putting a gap in, but Austin putting on the brakes, trying to not hit that E36 in the G-cell zone and doing a great job of it as well. And across the line, I think, yeah, there was a little bit of jitters there going into that first outside zone, but once they got into that second outside zone, they were ready to go.
Yeah, Austin putting on a heater of a chase. Unfortunately, until we got to the last corner, what costed our last battle, Daniel Andrzej, his chance to move on into the top 16 was missing that last outer zone. You want to take a look at this replay, what Austin Zalewski does in the chase. He misses the last outer zone. So that is something we're going to have to look into. Granted, he may have had a tire in there, but definitely not good enough for me to call that a filled zone, in my opinion. I'm not a judge, luckily. If I was, this event would go for 8 hours and we'd give out so many one more times. But may have a tire off from Kuti in the lead position as well in that first corner. So could still go either way here, Joe, but
really
definitely some mistakes from both those guys.
Yeah, we'll see for sure. Either way, I think both drivers are going into it with a open mind for a win, because for sure, both ways, I think both drivers have a very clear path to a win in this battle. Mm-hmm. We'll see.
The door's still open for both, but who will walk in first? Samuel Kuti in the chase. Austin Zalewski on the mountain in the lead against the Skuko Drift Family machine in chase. Good job in the angle from Austin. Again, your job here is to pull as much angle as you can as the lead car and try to force a mistake from the chase, but it is not happening from Samuel Kuti in the chase position. And keep an eye on this outer zone. Been a problem area all day. Actually, Sammy backs off, gives Austin some room to move. I think maybe he's got a spotter, Joe, that told him, hey, you're the lead guy completely missed his zone, man. Don't worry about it. Just do what you got to do here. Because we've seen Samuel put on pressure chases, and that was just kind of consistent.
But yeah, maybe he has a spotter in his gear, and if so, or just he has good track awareness of what happened in the last run and can then capitalize from there, as a lot of drivers do, especially on this level, and just keeping calm and realizing maybe I can back off a little bit, maybe I can save some juice for later. You know, like everything like that adds up, especially when it's this competitive.
Yeah, and I mean, in terms of reacting to that first run, you saw Austin just throw everything and the kitchen sink into that last inner clip. Came in so heavy. And Austin, the only really thing you can do in a lead position to force mistakes in chase is just pull as much angle as you can without excessive braking and hoping that throws off of the chase car. Sometimes they'll go in a bit too fast and make contact. That's really all you can do. And Austin did his best and some to try to force a mistake from the chaser, and we did not see that happen, really.
So I hear speak that we might have a call in here to see who goes in to the top 8 in our group 3 here of ESDA round 2. So slide him left for Austin Zalewski, slide him right for Samuel Kuti, keep him in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Samuel Cootie. 2 for Samuel Cootie, confirming it, and 3 for Samuel Cootie. I'm sure Nathan is feeling bummed that his call is never the exciting one here. But all the judges, I think all the calls are pretty exciting at this point with how close all of the driving is. So up next, we're going to have Nico Stalia leading Deshaun Hack, fighting for that second top 8 slot here. Super excited to see it.
Yeah, like we said, just an unfortunate issue with Austin missing that outer zone. You cannot miss a zone at all when you are this close. But ladies and gentlemen, Nico Stalia, the Wonder Kid, representing a Schuko Drift family from Spain, and Deshaun Hack for Team Ascent, driving out of the States. Run number 1 here. Let's go.
And there we go, Nico in the lead, Deshaun Hack in the chase. Big angle from both drivers, but it seems like Nico putting it right in that outside zone, looking like he's almost spinning coming out of it, but Deshaun Hack fighting, cutting in to keep up with that E36. Even though that E36, it looks like he's doing a little bit of left foot braking here and there. Deshaun is just struggling to keep up with that BMW and not cut in like he has been. Maybe he just has too much grip in that R35, Keenan.
Yeah, maybe might be a weight thing, but like we said before, Joe, like the only really thing you can do in the lead, at least here, to force mistakes or force anything, is throw big angle and hope that messes the guy up. But we saw it again from Deshaun with a mistake in the first corner, just way better than the last time. Yes. But definitely maybe a little bit shallow there, going a little bit shallow again. I think just Deshaun not getting on the line he was looking for there in his chase, which really affected his comfort. But Nico, the Wonder Kid, my man's too young to feel anything but comfort. All he's got to worry about is mac and cheese and cartoons. I'm making jokes, Nico.
I live that way. I mean,
yeah, I'm almost 30 and I live that way. You're absolutely right. But
we're
Nico,
lined up.
You're as old as you feel, and I feel younger. Nico in the chase position. Deshaun's going to be leading. We'll see what he can do in the chase. Again, this kid has absolutely been setting anything he gets his hands onto on fire.
Yes.
Here we go.
Amazing.
Going to go a little bit shallow here is Stalia, and then slowly work his way out to the outer zone. Deshaun doing a great job at filling that zone. Nico's going to really have to get on the anchors and let him transition, though. Almost a straight in there. Good job from Nico to not make it more than it was. Again, we saw it before. We're seeing it again. He's struggling to keep that car sideways behind Deshaun Hack. Maybe just sons a grip in that E36 machine of Nico Stalia, going a little bit shallow there. What happened there? Interesting. I'm not quite sure what happened there. So, we're going to take a look at replay 2 here. I don't know what you saw, Joe. What I saw was Deshaun kind of got off the inner zone a little early. Nico held his line, and I don't know if he could see where Deshaun was, but that was strange.
That was funky, to say the least. I think they might have had a disagreement on how wide they're going to be going across the line. And we'll see, though. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's a toughie.
I'm waiting for the replay to hit the spot. Because both drivers had that second run was way stronger than the first, but it does seem like Nico cut in a little bit and was just faster, and they kind of got into each other. I don't know how else to describe it. Not like one hit the other, but they got into each other.
I personally don't think that contact is going to play as much of a role as where was Deshaun going. And I don't really necessarily mean that in a bad way. Do the judges view that he came, like, for me, it looks like he got on the power hard.
Yes.
Coming out of that the decel zone, and maybe was going a bit too fast. And because he knows Nico's fast. So he's trying to get away from that chase car. But he's got nowhere to go there because it's a tightening radius and it's a pretty tiny corner. Nico, instead of following the lead car, was just like, I'm going to hold my line. I'm committed to my line now. I'm just going to go where I think I'm supposed to go. This isn't a drag race, ladies and gentlemen. There's no reason these cars should be sideways, going up next to each other, going over the line. So tough call for the judges here. Did Nico get over aggressive? Did Deshaun just go a little bit too wide? We're going to have to find out when they make a decision. I do not think it's going to be relevant. I think it's going to be relevant to the entire outcome of the battle.
Yes, I think so as well. As we're getting here, the judges are deliberating again. Let's see what they have to say about it, because again, every call today so far has been obscenely close. All the judges, they're looking for mostly the smallest things, and I think a spin like that over the line, again, maybe I think they might ping Deshaun on his entry like a fool us once, shame on you, fool us twice, won't get fooled again kind of thing.
I'm glad that you went that way with that.
Oh, we're getting up there. And I think that we might have some form of a decision made here as our judges are trickling in their calls. Excited to see it. So we're going to be sliding left for Nico Stalia, slide him right for Deshaun Hack. We're going to be keeping him in the middle.
This is interesting.
For an OMT.
I mean, not the worst call I've ever seen. Deshaun with his own issues, Nico with his own issues. Gonna be going one more time.
Yep.
As I thought with the way that Joe was delivering the call that we've already made it. So my bad. Oops.
Dude, you're fine.
Daisy.
You're good.
I'm apologizing to our to Strix in production. She's probably just sitting
No
there like,
apologies.
I tried to tell you and you didn't listen. Yeah, I thought the call was already out. So we're gonna get an OMT again. This is again our group number 3 presented by Big Duck Clubs. Top 16. The winner is going to be going against Samuel Kuti to see who's going to move on into our final 4.
Yep, Nico Stalia in the lead as our current top remaining seed in Group 3. In fact, that's seed 7. Fun fact. Deshaun Hack, 23rd. Again, it's all up in the air. Seeds really don't matter. Just decides who leads and chases first. So Nico in the lead, Deshaun Hack in the chase. Will Deshaun give him the space? And Deshaun again cuts over weird. It's a weird entry. I don't know what else to say, but Nico seems unfazed, putting it line to line on the transition, cutting in. Deshaun Hack settling in deeper this time finally, but again up the hill. That E36 is just a rocket ship. Big decel, Deshaun Hack keeping it out of Nico, making sure the judges don't have anything to talk about this run. Overall, besides that initiation, very clean run from both drivers. I think Deshaun might have left a little bit of space on the table.
He did, but a lot cleaner than his first run. I mean, he made the same sort of odd initiation on the lead, but this time he gave Nico a lot of room to maneuver and just chose to choke up a little bit of line in that first outer zone. If he's going to keep initiating like that, Joe, I think he did it the right way. And if you look at the line on the exit of the last inner clip, we really see where Nico made his mistake in the last battle to force this OMT, because look how wide they both go. They both track out wide basically immediately, and Nico was way more center. So this OMT call, now that I've seen that, makes a lot more sense. Nico going to be chasing. Definitely some stuff on the table, but still very open to either driver right now.
Oh, for sure. And I bet both drivers, now their nerves are really big. Now they have each other's number as well. This is the second battle between the two of them. I bet it will probably be their last. I think both drivers are going to leave it all out there during this run, Keenan. I don't know how else they can approach it at this point.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Nico Stalia in the chase. Deshaun Hack in the lead. Team Ascent versus the Escuco Drift family. Winner's going to be moving on to face Samuel Kuti. All the pressure from Nico Stalia in the chase position right now. Looking like Christmas with the green and red out there. Trying to put, maybe tire off there for Nico, making the same mistake he did before, kind of just going a little bit too shallow, but he's still on the door of Deshaun. We'll have to take a look, see if he missed that last outer zone. Battles have been won or lost there. Nico doing the same thing again. He's going super shallow on the exit. No angle Nico is what we're going to call him here.
I don't know what could be causing the difference, because it's happening every single time.
I think it's just a ton of grip, ton of speed. Yeah, I think that car he's doing what he can with that car right now.
Yes, for sure. I think both cars are super gripped up, hoping to maybe put a gap in here to maybe get the judges to say, okay, that's why you have to win, because you're trying to give the judges anything here with how high level the driving is today.
Yeah, it's never want to leave it in the judge's hands. That's a term that we use all the time, both in sim and in real life, as we have a call.
So we're going to line them up here. Drivers parking up again. We did not tell them. They aren't elaborating on why they're parking this way. I'm sure they're trying to send us a message. But our judges are in here. So we're going to slide them left for Nico Stalia, slide them right for Deshaun Hack, keep him in the middle for another OMT. Let's see what happens. Okay, we got Die going for Deshaun Hack. Ben for Deshaun Hack. So we have put it in there. And 3. So, Keenan, why do you think that call was made the way it was?
I mean, I think we went into it. Nico Stalia just making too many mistakes in his chase. I'm not sure if he missed the last outer zone, but he did his best to try. And then that line on the exit of the corner, we saw Nico do the line properly in his lead. So it's not like it's just the line that he's doing. It's just a little bit of a mistake. I'm sure he's a little bit disappointed with himself. But once again, even making it into this group of 32 drivers is an accomplishment. I'm sure we will see him back for round number 3, which will be on the weekend, the last weekend of July, the 29th and 30th of July. Next battle on deck is the last battle, group number 3.
Yep.
All E36. That's not true. Deshaun Hack in the chase in the GTR, giving chase to Samuel Kuti in the lead in the Escuco Drift family. E36. So Deshaun takes out one Escuco BMW. Now he's got to take out another one.
So we'll see what happens here. And Samuel Kuti been driving very just nose to the grindstone, not messing anything up, not taking anything really crazy as far as risks. Deshaun Hack, on the other hand, super, like he attacks the lead driver, as we just saw in that lead position, coming through in the transition. Deshaun Hack not cutting in as he was doing earlier. I think he's finally figured out what he has to do to get through that outer zone. And this E36 does not seem as fast up the hill. Deshaun keeping it out of the contact somehow. And across the line.
I think they just touched, Joe. Just a little bit of paint rubbing. And Iupa absolutely, as Justin, one of our friends. I don't know what to call him anymore, but he was our Traxion social media guy. Now he's our Traxion ESDA guy. Thank you, production. Now, I don't know how you expect me not to laugh at that. Thank you very much.
Both drivers did make a little bit of contact. Now that I watched the replay, yeah, it looks like Samuel Kuti's angle was affected as soon as Deshaun got in there. So there was a little bit of hack, but both drivers took it on the chin and moved on.
Could have been a heck of a lot worse. I think Kuti didn't get the angle, the rotation he was looking for going into the last inner zone. And Deshaun did, but came in with speed on top of speed. So I think 2 individual mistakes and made for a really exciting corner. Great chase from Deshaun. You are in round number 1 driver of the day, guys. If you want to vote for driver of the day, ! Discord in the chat. We are going to take suggestions from you guys, and we'll have a poll up in there after the event's conclusion. So make sure to ! Discord, join the Traxion Discord today. Join the community. Samuel Kuti now in the chase position. Deshaun Hack in the lead. Big angle from Deshaun. We've seen it before. We'll see it again. And see if Kuti decides if he's going to push in the chase position. See him coming up the hill here. Oh, a little bit of a straightening from Kuti. Deshaun with a bit of a weird transition. What is happening? Whoa! Not a fun time to be a judge. Joe, I'm not sure if you saw what I saw there. It looked like 2 individual mistakes.
I don't know. I think I saw Samuel hit Deshaun, who might have been slowing down a little bit too early. And once you're on the brakes and you're drifting like that, the issue is once you make once you're on the brakes,
yeah, you're right. You got
so
it.
Much.
Good eye.
I don't know.
No, you saw it. I saw it in the replay.
Yeah, no, I see. My delay is just enough to catch the accidents. That's my trick.
Yeah, he just lightly tapped him coming out of outer zone, coming out of that outer zone, and then that caused Deshaun not to be able to transition when he wanted to transition. And because he transitioned late, he was way too far outside, and then Kuti basically had nowhere to go. So you saw the little tap going up the hill.
Yep.
Deshaun over rotates, catches it. You don't want to be near that wall. That's why I was like, where is he? What's he doing? What's going on here?
Yeah, little contact before that happened. So, let's see here. I think we do have a call though. And we'll see what happens. I don't want to spoil it for you, Keenan, but you might be a bright boy. So we're going to slide him left for Samuel Kuti, slide him right for Deshaun Hack, 1 for Sam. No, 1 for Hack, 2 for Hack, and 3 for Hack. Kuti did hook him and messed up that transition. So Keenan, you were correct. You were perfectly correct. Yes, Sam made a mistake, gave him a tap, and from there it was all just chaos. that was the battle to close off.
I
Group
feel
3.
like it's a little bit of bias that a BMW won the Big Duck Club group number 3. I feel like someone's got some little thing going on here. Anyway,
there might be some stuff.
That is Samuel Kuti joining Mustafa Amine and Robert Kwasinski in the final. Who will be your fourth finalist? Ladies and gentlemen, we have 8 names left to go. But our bracket from group number 3, our Big Duck Club group number 3, is complete with Deshaun Hack getting the win. Again, contact being caused by Kuti. We over-rotated Deshaun. As we look at our group number 4, presented by 3D Rap. Again, go check them out at 3drap.it. Hugo Black, Roy Munoz, Alexander Element, Masashi Yoshida, Jaden Cathcart, Jack Lai, War Grinder, and Darius Ostraka. I've been saying it all day, Joe. Any one of these 8 dudes can win this.
Oh, for sure. Anyone from in the top 32 has had that opportunity. Literally, we only know once the battles happen.
And ladies and gentlemen, before we get there, we have to step away one of the second to last time of the day. We are going to leave and change everything over, get to our new server. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with more action from ESDA round number 2 at Interlagos, presented by TraxionGG in just a moment. Stay tuned. Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG. Bring you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Rap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Rap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3drap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh no! Oh! Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing, build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning, Next Level Racing, be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is the final group before we make it to the final four of the ESDA 2022 Championship presented by Traxion here in Brazil at Interlagos, the Autodromo José Carlos Pache in the center of Sao Paulo, Brazil. My name is Keenan Kuzin, joined, of course, as always, in the commentary booth by Joe Piro, Techno the Viking. And Strix Pulsatrix, Strix9 Pulsatrix is our producer, and Hex Valentine a little bit under the weather. He is replaced by the one, the only, Ian Plash, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Ian, I left you the door open there. You didn't take it. A little bit distant. There we go.
Hey. Well, we also have three judges. We have Harold McKinney. Who else? I can't see it. Ben Naley and Nathan Rudder here as our lovely judges today. And I think with that, and we also have 8 drivers here, I think we're ready to have our group 4 here. Yeah, and look at our bracket here. We got 8 drivers here. We got Hugo Black versus Roy Munoz. We got Alexander Element against Masashi Yoshida. We got Jaden Cathcart up against Jack Lai. Warren Griner up against Darius Ostraka in our 3D Rap Group 4.
This is a wild group, man. We've got Hugo Black representing Brazil, I believe. Roy Munoz in the Supra. Alexander Element in the Ferrari from the Ukraine. Masashi Yoshida, our only Japanese driver, I believe, in competition today, driving that all-black everything E36 Touring with a V8 in it. Wild car. Jaden Cathcart and Jack Lai. Jack Lai looking for some redemption after round 1, and Warren Griner, Darius Ostraka. Any of these 8 guys can take this win. Roy Munoz against Hugo Black will be your first battle moving into this final 3D Rap Group number 4.
Hugo Black not in our first RX-8 of the competition, also not in the last one as well, up against Roy Munoz in a Mark IV Supra going into our first D-cell zone. Oh,
yeah, that's quick.
Well, Roy Munoz might have just worked his entire run right there, as I might have given myself hiccups from excitement as Hugo Black leads through unfazed by the chaos in the initiation zone. Let's see what happens in this. There might have been contact as well through that second. D-cells on the driver. Hugo is going as hard as he can, but Roy does not want to care about anything besides how close he can get.
So Roy ended up resetting and grabbing tires. I don't know what the ruling is on that, but we take a quick look at the replay. It's going to come down in the intro. It almost looks to me, Joe, and I don't want to jinx Hugo here, because my eyes are not the trained judging eyes, that he decelled a bit too long. So, I mean, Roy did not look like he was getting aggressive regardless, but I saw Hugo slow down in the first decel zone, and then coming out of the decel zone, it didn't look like he sped up any. It could just be because he maintained that speed, but it's something that I think that we as viewers should look at and the judges should look at as well. Other than that, Roy Munoz, I think, felt that regardless he may have had a mistake on, because he poured pressure on in the chase.
Yep, and now we are back lined up, so Roy Munoz in the lead. We have to forget about run 1 now and see. Both drivers have to send it 10 out of 10, while that decision is still up in the air on who really had their braking zone incorrect.
Good reset.
Good reset. Hugo Black taking that reset that is allotted to him. Happy to see that.
Yeah, again, if you show intent of stopping before the first blue line on the run-up, and this is at any event that ESDA runs, you get a restart. You have to either get on the brake, show intention of stopping, something. Hugo opting that he did not get the best run. He's going to be a little bit farther back here and jump the start, which we've seen a lot from people today. So Hugo making the best with the tools he's offered. A lot of these drivers starting to learn this ESDA rule sets as we move into run number 2 here.
There we go.
Of this first battle of this group number 4. Hugo, maybe a tire over there. I almost saw one over for Roy, so maybe tit for tat there going into turn number 1. Outer zone number 2, just a nice safe gap for Hugo, but I think he's going to charge in the last outer zone. We've seen so many people make so many big dives here today. This track does reward risk, and it pays off for Hugo Black. Big charge there against the Supra. Roy Munoz, it's not a much bigger car, but it looks so much more dramatic, Joe. We have a little bit of a smaller car charging in on a bigger vehicle.
And it just feels like you're driving yourself at a brick wall almost when you're in the chase. And it seems like our judges might already have a pretty quick decision.
It's going to come down to run 1, man. Run number 2 is good for both. Kind of a moot point.
Yes, I agree completely. And it's such a shame that you know that the run's over as soon as you get to the initiation, basically. Like you didn't even get to the first zone before the run was decided. And so I think we got word from our judges here on who will win, and I don't think anyone will be very surprised by this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a judging call. It is going to be slide him left for, I believe, Roy Munoz. Slide him right. Or slide him right for Roy Munoz, on left for Hugo Black. Die goes with Hugo Black. Ben Naley, our second judge, is going to say Hugo Black will be getting the win for Team Ascent and moving on against Roy Munoz. Gotta tell you again, Roy has nothing to be disappointed about. He's qualified in a very, very hotly contested top 32, but that will be Hugo Black, our number 3 qualifier, moving on into the 3D Rap Group number 4 top 16.
Yep, and we will move swiftly into our next battle between Alexander Element in a Ferrari 599 FXX, I believe.
This is the wackiest battle in terms of
Yoshida in an E36 touring with a cut bumper.
Man, this is nothing against Element. Had a great round last round. Top 4 finish at Long Beach. I'd let you know what position you finish in, but unfortunately my brain only works at 60% capacity.
I think it was third.
Third, yeah, he was on the podium. Great job from him, but you know, looking for redemption here. Masashi Yoshida is the nicest man alive. Always see him in Instagram comments, you know, getting involved in the community. He drives in as much stuff as he can. So Element looking to get on the top step of the podium today, and Masashi Yoshida looking for a great showing as well. This could go either way. Really excited to watch this.
And I think judging by who made it to our top 4 so far, Alexander Element's looking to capitalize for serious season implications here, just consistently on that podium. And let's see what happens here as Alexander Element throws it in and Masashi puts it right on the door of that Ferrari. I would argue this would probably be the biggest between 2 cars in any battle today. I think Masashi might have...
Come on, Yoshi.
No. It's all a little bit sketchy now after that one mistake. And across the line, I think Masashi might have spoiled run 2 already for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, no 0 there, Joe, so anything's still possible from what I saw. But great start for Masashi, or for Yoshida, sorry, against Element. Element is no slouch, man. There's a reason he made it on the podium in the last one. Big speed in that vehicle. Yoshida has to work very hard to keep up with him. You saw that in the power alley coming up the hill. He cut a little bit of angle. Honestly, I thought this was Yoshida's run to lose, but a little bit of a straight in there and a little bit of an over angle going into the last outer zone. Excellent job making it less of a mistake than it could have been. That could have easily have been a 0, but definitely a deduction for Masashi Yoshida.
Oh, for sure. And I think Masashi now is just going to go full send or no send at this point because there's not anything to lose here. And Alexander is going to be super comfortable. I bet Alexander is going to leave a little bit of space as he settles into his element here, Keenan.
Yeah, a lot of these, the Ukrainian Ferrari drivers are really smart with how they chase. They're very capable of pouring on proximity when they need to, and they're very capable of just kind of getting into a safe zone, but still being aggressive in chase when they know they have an advantage. But Masashi Yoshida out of Japan going to be leading. Alexander Element going to be chasing in that Ferrari. Masashi is going to have to pull out all the stops and more in that E36 Touring. LSX powered with Element in the chase. Nice job in chase. Like we said before, just doing a good job of being there, but not pushing the issue too much just in case Yoshida has a mistake. Yoshida showing why he qualified for this event. Excellent lead run, but Element right there in the chase, mimicking in chase. Could like to see him a bit closer, but from what I could tell, no mistakes.
Yeah, I think that overall, Alexander Element really settled in that chase. Masashi had a great lead, don't get me wrong, but I think it was a little bit slow compared to that Ferrari, so it really allowed Alexander to just settle right on that door. And he also didn't have a lot of, what's the right word I'm looking for? Issue. You didn't have to worry because Masashi made such a big error on run 1 that you can just kind of settle in there, and already we are getting our calls in from the judges here. And we'll see what happens. So we're going to slide him left for Alexander Element, slide him right for Masashi Yoshida, keep him in the middle for OMT, and we'll see who goes on to battle Hugo Black in that top 16 in our final group. 1 for Element, 2 for Element, and 3 for Element. So unanimous decision, Alexander Element will move on to his top 16 battle.
Yeah, that breaks my heart. No offense to Alexander Element, but I'm a big Masashi Yoshida fan. I love that we have drivers from Japan here. And Yoshida is one of those dudes that if he's got momentum on his side, we saw it in VDC in his R33. If he's got, a good day, a couple of good battles under his belt, there is no stopping him. So, but unfortunately, just not getting that today, but I'm sure we'll see him back at round number 3 as we have a team battle. Jaden Cathcart in the blue R35 against Jack Lai, looking for some redemption here in that almost raspberry burgundy-ish Supra. Hello
to the crowd.
Turn the stream off, you goof.
Hello, crowd. It's like one of those royal waves he's practiced almost.
What a
Jaden Cathcart in the lead, Jack Lai in the chase, a very large car up against what I would normally call a big car as well. As they push each other around the track, I'm sure this is some teammate on teammate bullying going on here. And I'm sure they'll both hear it from their team after this battle as they go up the hill. And Jack almost like backing off a little bit to stay behind Jaden here, but Jaden seems unfazed at all in a very, very confident lead. Ooh, that was a good battle.
Buttery, smooth, and well-seasoned from both our drivers, Jaden Cathcart, a.k.a. Zombie from the Forza days, and Jack Lai in the chase. No replay on that one, unfortunately. There was a exporting error, but Jack, again, it was super, super strong there at the end, but a little bit in the first zone. It looked like Jaden maybe... yeah, these guys are teammates. The quick quarter mile run on the back straight, and then Jaden just driving into Jack like he wasn't even there. But Jaden may have had a tire off, and Jack was kind of wiggling a little bit in turn one. It was solid for both from that point on, but Team 1 might be something the judges are going to have to back out and check the replay for, because it wasn't perfect from either driver.
Oh, for sure. And now we're lined back up, and it seems that Jaden is giving himself a big run up to keep up with Jack in that Supra.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Lai in the lead position in the Supra. Jaden Cathcart in the chase in the R35. Good entry from Jack. Nice big angle, but Jaden right there with him too. Jaden's one of his big strong points is his chases. So let's see if we can make that happen here. So far, so good. Proximity is close, but we're going to see him dive in the last outer zone, the last decel zone. Maybe not. Jack Lai keeping that proximity nice and consistent. Maybe a little bit of a nibble there from Jaden there at the end, but it's crazy to see runs that are maybe a car length and a half and go that they weren't that close, but that's kind of the bar that's been set today.
Excellent. So we will definitely see what the judges have to say about all of it at this point. Oh my gosh. It was close no matter what, and I'm sure that they'll be happy either way. When it's teammate on teammate like that, it's hard to be upset when you lose regardless of the situation.
Big angle from Jack in that last corner too. That was super fun to watch. Big angle in the first corner too.
As our judges are watching to see what they really want to ping each driver for during both runs, make sure that it's a surprisingly small amount of OMTs today.
I mean, with how close the qualifying was, I'm actually very surprised. But at the same time, I think the judges walked into today, Joe, knowing what they were getting into. And when we have to be super nitpicky and have our eyes wide open for any sort of minor mistake, a little straighten, maybe a tire off that we normally wouldn't catch or wouldn't deduct too much from. Long Beach was a lot less forgiving, so a lot of these guys didn't take as many risks, but with this track not really having, it has a wall, but it's not really on the line too much. So there's a lot more comfort in pushing the zones and pushing how deep you get in these zones. So, you know, as far as I can tell, this track has been a fan favorite. We've had a lot of fun watching and commentating the drivers. From what I understand, after Media Day, we're super, super happy with the track. So we do have a judging call here, though, ladies and gentlemen.
And I think that it might not be a super surprising call, honestly. So let's see here as we go. We'll slide them left for Jaden Cathcart, slide them right for Jack Lai, keep him in the middle for an OMT. So we have one for Jaden. Ben goes for an OMT. And Nathan, his vote finally having an impact here, an OMT as well. So we're gonna go on for a second time, so Jaden and Jack get to drive as hard as they can against each other. Love to see it.
Yeah, I think that second run was kind of just meh for, like, it wasn't bad, but it was solid for both. And then in the first run, I think Jaden had a tire off and Jack kind of had a chunky initiation. So good call on the OMT. We're going to see them go again.
And we are lined up. I think our judges are ready. I think our drivers are ready. I think everybody's ready as we're lights on and away we go. Ascent on ascent action. Gotta rip it into that first D-cell zone. Both drivers, now they're playing a little bit nicer with each other, but I think that the heat's turned up. I think they have each other's numbers. And going through that inside zone, you can tell that these two have practiced with each other so much. They're really, both lead and chase amazing. They're even in the D-cell zone, keeping it off each other's doors and across the line, keeping it almost perfect.
Team mates, ladies and gentlemen.
Jared just popped off.
Yeah, Jared, both these guys popped off.
Yep.
Ian, for somebody who hasn't had much of an opportunity to speak today, Ian, your take on that run?
Wow. When I look at OMTs, they practice enough with each other for so long, right? You just see like the mental click on the second run. They have all that extra background experience, and you add that in, insane style. Proximity from Jack was nuts. Like I don't know how he didn't touch him that whole run.
Yeah, traded some paint there a little bit, got some blue on some red on some blue, but they're gonna switch it around here, Joe, and go for this second run.
I'm so excited to see this too. And just judging by the first battle, yes, they have each other's number. They're ready to go. Both drivers kind of just want that bragging rights even. I think they care more about this battle than anything else in the competition so far, Keenan, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, this might be, again, the closest battle we've seen today. Because these guys are teammates, it always makes for such interesting and fun battles. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Jaden... going for the reset. I think we've just seen the theme of the day where he spun a little bit of tires there. And then he's just, I saw like more smoke than you'd want to see from a chase car. Rotating around and getting these guys back in line. As, the transitions there from Jack Lai right across the bumper of Jaden were just so fun to watch as we are ready for run number 2. Quick reset.
I don't think Jaden can give himself more of a run-up at this point.
Nah,
he get a straightaway.
I think this is the penalty for winning the back straight drag race. Is you got to give him a car length. It's like Pink's.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, like I want 3 car lengths. Let's go.
Here they go, ladies and gentlemen. Jaden Cathcart in the chase position. Jack Lai in the lead in the Supra. All team ascent battle. He's ready to go already, ladies and gentlemen. We have told you before. We'll tell you again. Jaden Cathcart can put on some excellent chases, and he's going to need to do it right now because Jack Lai set the bar very high in run number 1. But Jack, super solid in the Supra so far. Pushing into the last outer zone. Is he surging again? Yes, he does. Jaden Cathcart wants to move on into this final, ladies and gentlemen. Is it too close to call once again? Maybe a little bit of a straighten there on the last inner zone from Jaden, but that is the only thing I saw wrong in 2 full runs.
That was an obscene second battle here. I don't know how the judges are going to call an OMT, like anything besides an OMT at this point.
We might be here all day.
We might be here all day. And that's fine, honestly. I'll watch this kind of drifting all day. I don't care. Actually, no, I do care. I have to pack. So, guys, someone mess up, please.
I'm just in the chat. What are they gonna do? Fire him? You little stinker! Oh my goodness! Super close. Excellent job from both.
They're just running into each other. And even watching the replays, Keaton, I can't really differentiate like a major deciding factor here.
I see one thing that I think can be talked about. That if they do not want to send this OMT, they have one thing to talk about. Jaden's angle in chase could have been like a little bit better, but at the same time Jack's aggressiveness in chase could have been a little bit better. So I mean, it's gonna come down to the judges. I can literally see this going OMT. I can see it going towards Cathcart. I can see it going towards Lot. It's gonna be down to personal opinion. Those are the fun ones, but yeah, super tight. And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you're seeing, !Discord in the chat. Vote for your Traxion driver of the day. Is going to be, you can put suggestions in there. It doesn't necessarily need to be the final 4. Anybody that you thought had a great run today, was fun to watch, you go toss their name into the voting pool in the Traxion Discord. Join the community. It's a great place to be. Discord.gg/Traxion. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Twitch, link is in the chat. And go support your favorite ESDA drivers today.
There we go. And I think that we might have a call here as our judges reported back. So we're going to slide them left for Jaden Cathcart. We're going to slide them right for Jack Lai. Keep him in the middle for an OMT. And let's see what we see here. So Dai got an OMT here. Okay, Ben moves over for Jaden Cathcart, and it's all down to Nathan.
Big Nate.
And Jaden takes the win here, moving on to just the top 16, folks.
Man, I was going to say, this is a top 16 in a grade 8 battle. It is not. That was to make it out of the way of our top 32 here in our 3D rap group number 4. The notes from the judges, that chase from Jaden was something else. There was another comment, but I'm not going to say that one. But that chase was something else. And honestly, I think if I'm Jack and I've got to lose to anybody, I'm glad it was my teammate, and I'm glad it was against what I feel like was, at this point, battle of the day.
Definitely a contender for it, to say the very least about it. But up next, we're going to have finally our final RX8 of the day here. Warren Griner up against Darius Ostraka. Ostraka in an S15. Warren in his RX8. What's with the RX8s this season, Keith?
Yeah, it's actually a really good point, because Warren was in a S13 240/180 SX. I don't remember what it was, or 200 SX if you're from England, I guess. Didn't necessarily have a bad season, had a couple of really good runs, but opting to go into this RX8 for this season. And Darius Ostraka, sticking with the tried and true Urta Esports S15, has brought him a lot of battle wins. So let's see, old versus new here in terms of chassis. Both times I think we've seen these guys in competition.
I think so as well. I don't remember seeing him either in the last round. So Warren in the lead, Darius in the chase. Big angle from both drivers as flames shoot out of Warren's hood there. Coming through, Darius has no chill. Even though he's a 22nd seed, he's in it to win it just like everyone else. Almost pushing Warren through that inside clip, leaving no space up the hill. Big
contact.
But it seems that maybe Darius, in the past, both drivers taking care of each other. So I think that maybe Darius did not slow down enough, because I don't think Warren slowed down outside of the decel zone. In fact, I think Warren didn't slow down outside of the outside zone even.
Yeah, I don't think he had time before. But I mean, if I'm Darius, I don't remember if he just got knocked out 32 last round or didn't qualify. I believe he didn't qualify. I think he fell victim to our initiation procedures in the last round. But
yes.
Yeah, he just dives in really hard. And then thinks he's playing NASCAR 21 Ignition and hits him with the bumper run.
It could very well be that kind of situation. It was a little soupy, that run, but we'll get through it. As now we turn the turntables, and Darius Ostraka in the lead, Warren Griner in the chase. S15 on RX8 action. Super excited to see it. And away we go.
Love to see the mentality from both these guys. Is Warren going to get aggressive? Is he going to go kind of just mid and get himself an easy battle in here? You never know until these judges kind of, as I say that, way too aggressive in chase. Costs himself a flick transition. Going to have to gain all of this back. Can he keep this car sideways, being this off of line? Great job from Warren Griner keeping that car sideways right now, though Darius Ostraka putting down a clinic in the lead position. It's going to come down to what do the judges view as a worse mistake. Again, one led to a 0, Joseph. So,
yeah.
Well, I don't know if it was a 0, but it was a pretty bad. So, is slightly offline going to be as bad as the contact going into 1? So, we'll see.
And I think we'll see very soon here. I am fairly certain. Yes, and I have a feeling that maybe one is far greater than the other overall. So we're gonna have the drivers park up artfully, and the judges have sent their carrier pigeon with their calls. Let's see what happened here.
They're not parked where they're supposed to be, so I'll refer to this as abstract art.
Abstract. This is a very Dada-esque juxtaposition of the cars on the track right now. So. Slide him left for Warren Griner, slide him right for Darius Ostraka, keep him in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Warren. 2 for Warren.
Yeah.
And all 3 for War. Not very surprising, let's be honest.
Hey, can we change the messenger dogs? They keep these messenger pigeons keep biting my fingers every time I take it from them. Like, can we change?
Yeah, but they have to
yeah.
go. That's a long walk for a good boy.
We'll review it on our pro union contract for next season.
Okay.
We'll have our people call your people.
Yeah, we'll call you. Don't worry. Up next, back to the RX-8s. Hugo Black leads Alexander Element in his Ferrari 599 FXX. Gosh, it's such a mouthful for me.
Yeah, I'm bummed to see Darius get knocked out that early, but I think unfortunately Darius just played Darius there a little bit. Was probably coming in with a chip on his shoulder, something to prove after not having the round 1 he was looking for, but unfortunately he's not going to have the round 2 he was looking for either. Warren Griner going to be moving on because of that contact. Warren Griner did his best to try and give Darius a chance to be able to battle at least for an OMT, but kept that car sideways, kept it on the racetrack, and is going to be moving on into our 3D Wrap Group number 4 top 16. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. No more top 32 battles for the day. And we have our second to last top 16 battle. Hugo Black in the lead in that RX-8, and chasing is Alexander Element in the 599XX.
And Hugo Black, our highest remaining seed, I believe, currently in the competition. So we'll see what happens here as Hugo Black in the lead, Alexander Element in the chase. Let's go. Lights out. Away we go. Hugo Black in the lead, Alexander Element in the chase. Big angle here. There we go. Alexander Element is in it to win. He's hungry for a second podium position here at ESDA, 2 for 2. And I don't think that Hugo Black's going to go down without a fight, though. Look at that. Through the B-cell zone, Alexander leaving a good gap through the inside clip and across the line. I think overall, Keenan and Alexander left a little on the table. Both drivers did so. Right now, it's anyone's battle.
Definitely anyone's battle. I mean, Alex just, again, super aggressive like he's been all day. Hugo showing why. He's been our number 3 qualifier, and I believe the only qualifier we've seen be able to move on this far. You know, a lot of them have been upsets today. So good job for Hugo trying to carry the flag of the high qualifiers. But Element trying to play spoiler in that chase position. Would like to see him a little bit more consistently on the door and matching angle, but that is kind of the MO of Alexander Element, just sacrifice everything for proximity. And it's worked out for him so far, but we'll see what happens on the second run.
Oh, yes, it definitely did. So now we're swapped around. Alexander Element in the lead, Hugo Black in the chase. 2 wildly different cars here, but I'm excited to see it. And I think overall, Alexander just has to be really clean. And Hugo, if Hugo puts on a good chase, I think Hugo can walk away with a win here.
Yeah, it's all coming down to run number 2, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be Alexander Element in the lead position in the blue and yellow Ferrari in chase. Hugo Black in the team ascent. RX-8 waiting for his opportunity to strike here in chase position. A lot of left foot braking coming out from Element, just trying to stay on that outer zone, but turning on the jets. Here he goes up the hill. That Ferrari just gained so much speed, but not the best job on the last outer zone. Hugo Black actually, Joe, playing it really smart. I think he knew that Element was going to pull away, and he just said, I'm going to run my line. And he ran his line, and because of that, he didn't make any mistakes.
Exactly. But the question is, will the judges not like that so much in the chase overall? Because you got to mimic the lead, even if the lead's wrong.
Yep, that is true. That is a moving clipping point. We talk about that a little bit when we intro our broadcasts. But Hugo waiting for his opportunity to strike there, pushing in a little bit on the second outer zone, and then again just let it Element just gripping up and pulling away. But Hugo saying, you know what, I'm not going to let that phase me. I'm just going to run my angle, my line, and do the best I can. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a call.
We do have a call. So we're going to slide him left for Hugo Black. We're going to slide him right for Alexander Element. We're going to keep him in the middle for OMT, as we have every time so far, as Hugo Black does circles around the Ferrari. So we have 1 for Alexander Element, 2 for Alexander Element, and 3 for Alexander Element. And I have to say, I have to guess, it had to do with the fact that while Hugo had a good run in the chase, he did not mimic the lead driver.
Yeah, that just it came down to that. All the judges' notes were just, it came down to the chase from Hugo. Again, I don't think it was super huge of a difference, but unfortunately, it is enough of a difference, especially today, to come down into a win for Alexander Element, who's making his push to try and be on the top step of that podium today, but he still has one more driver to get through before he can even make it to the final four. Who will that driver be? We are about to find out. Jaden Cathcart going to be leading in the Team Ascent R35 and in chasing the all gray everything RX8 of Warren Griner.
Happy to see it. So Jaden Cathcart coming off a win against his teammate, and I bet that for him, this is going to feel a lot less stressful. So
He's fired up.
we might see a really serious drive here from Jaden. But Warren overall kept it pretty clean in their last battle, so I'm excited to see both of these drivers go on and compete for a top 8 slot up against Alexander Element here in the 3D Rep Group 4 of ESDA Round 2. And we are out of the great gates, and already we were. This is a freaky competition, man. We're actually seeing resets. We're actually seeing RX8s. It's gonna be next.
I think it's
Sliced bread.
Oh, whoa, don't be crazy.
Cool.
Relax. No, dude, this is crazy time. I think it's just down to drivers just knowing the rule set a little bit more, and this is the second season we've been in Assetto Corsa where we've been able to implement this rule of resetting a lot easier with actually having physical markers on the track. So I think this just drivers getting a little bit more accustomed. You notice it's coming more from the drivers who have driven in ESDA a lot, especially in the last 2 years.
Yes, for sure. And now we are lined back up. Here we go. Jaden Cathcart in the lead. Warren Griner in the chase. And let's see what they have up their sleeve. Jaden throwing it in with so much confidence, keeping it right on the track. Warren almost seemed taken aback with how aggressive Jaden threw it in as they come into this inside clip and start to go uphill. And Jaden just is pulling away, not even cutting angle to do it. All of a sudden, Warren cutting in to get proximity, but I think overall Jaden just had a heater of a lead there, Keenan.
Yeah, I think Team Ascent has got those R35s figured out. All of them just have so much speed as we take a look at the replay here. Warren Griner, again, just was doing well in the first half of the course, but as soon as we head up that hill, you just see the grip and speed difference. Warren Griner's there the whole time, but as soon as we're going up the hill, it's just jets are on ejectocito because off goes Jaden Cathcart, opening up maybe a car length, maybe 2. Warren Griner had to go a little bit shallow to be able to keep the proximity, maybe missing the outer zone, but did everything he had to do to stay on the door of that super fast R35.
Now the next question is, can Jaden keep said super fast R35 behind that RX8? And I think Jaden might be a little worried with how far back he's starting.
And he's just giving himself the opportunity to jump the start and be able to start on the rear bumper of Warren Griner. We'll be able to see it here. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Run number 2.
There we go.
Our final top 16 battle of the day. Jaden Cathcart in the chase. Not the best initiation from Warren. He's going to put on the angle in the second half of that first outer zone. The long sweeping left here going up the hill. This is where we're going to see Cathcart put on some pressure. On the foot brake, trying not to run over Warren. Does he charge in here? Yes, he does, but could get a little bit closer. But again, I think he knows he's sitting on a little bit of an advantage. Not the jaw-dropping chase we saw from him against his teammate, but still a very, very solid and proximity-filled chase. And Warren Griner with all the angle in the lead.
There we go. Both drivers gave the judges definitely something to talk about there, but it seems like they're already on the horn getting a call in here, and I think that overall both drivers showed up, drove really hard in both of their leads, but overall I think Jaden might just have had a step or 2 more pace to get through up that hill especially, and keep it out of trouble through that last inside clip. And so I think we have a judging call in here, Keenan.
So slide him left for, I believe, Jaden.
Yep.
Slide him right for Warren Griner. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner and moving on against Alexander Element. Slide him left for Jaden. Slide him right for Warren. Die is going to go left for Jaden Cathcart. All we need is one more vote. Ben Naley says That is going to be Jaden Cathcart from Team Ascent taking down the Flick Nation driver of Warren Griner. A good showing for his first battles in that RX-8, but it was not enough to take down the momentum of Jaden Cathcart, your number 6 qualifier, who will now be going up against Alexander Element. Will Element make 2 Final 4 appearances, or will Jaden Cathcart be playing spoiler? Ladies and gentlemen, this is our final battle of our preliminaries, our final battle of our 3D Rap group number 8, or group number 4. Who's making it into the Final 4? We are about to find out.
As Jaden Cathcart in the lead here, leading Alexander Element. Both drivers have been very fast today and have had very, very good angle. There we go. I think we're lined up great. Ready to go as Jaden Cathcart leads Alexander Element here. Big angle from Jaden, but Alexander, no slouch, no fear getting into that first outer zone. And again, maybe Alexander a little bit slow on the transition, but overall sticking to Jaden's door. But Jaden is unfazed, and that R35 looks super, super stable throughout the entirety of the track. Alex pushing him through that last inside zone and across the line.
No fear Element in the chase position. I think he got into him a little bit and just said, you know what, I might as well just keep pushing him. Wasn't necessarily contact more than it was a playful football shove, it looked like.
Yes.
But man, if Jaden Cathcart could have run this yesterday, I believe we would have been looking at our number 1 qualifier. He's just been on it in the lead positions. It's been almost to a point where it's been robotic. Element maybe killing a little bit of angle going up that hill to be able to keep up with the R35 of Jaden Cathcart. Element, who is known for his speed. If he's got a cut angle to keep up with you, that should tell you how much grip and how much speed is in that GTR right now.
Oh, for sure. Well, now we're going to flip him around and see if that's actually the case or if just Jaden's driving super committed, as Alexander Element will be leading Jaden Cathcart as Jaden starts basically in a different zip code this time from Alexander Element.
Going for the strategy of just being able to jump the start. Again, the lead driver, the chase driver is allowed to start whenever they want. He is already rolling. Haven't even seen the lights go off yet. And there goes Jaden Cathcart chasing Alexander Element. Winner's going to be moving on to the final. Here we go. Wide from Jaden, maybe it's under off, might be leaving it in the judge's hands. We'll see what happens here. Big pressure on Alexander Element. I think Jaden knows he might be sitting on a mistake here. He's got to bring everything and more in this last half of the course to take down the heavyweight that is Alexander Element. He pushes it way too hard. Shoves it in. He did not let off the gas here. My man's upset. My man is angry. He is not happy right now. He did not. He hit him and then full throttled him into the wall.
That got weird as soon as there was soup involved there. You get it on the floor and you just kind of slip. So let's see what happened here, Keenan. I don't know. That was they were.
I don't know if he's mad at himself or mad at him or what, but
I don't think so. I can't imagine that at this comp people would handle it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he was trying to run him over. I think he was just frustrated. I just don't know what he was frustrated with. So he comes in nice and deep there at the end, but it looked like, we're going to check the telemetry on Element's vehicle, and I believe as well Jaden Cathcart's to deem fault. Again, the winner of this battle is going to be moving on into our Traxion Final 4.
And I think we do have a call here.
Yeah, I think I just saw one judge bow out just to double check, but
we got our call in.
Yeah,
we're ready. We're gonna slide him left for Alexander Element. We're gonna slide him right for Jaden Cathcart and keep him in the middle for an OMT. Die goes for Element. Ben for Element as well, securing his spot in the top 4 here at ESDA round 2.
That is, yep, sorry.
Yeah, and Nathan number 3 as well. So it's unanimous, and that finalizes our final 4.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, your winner of your next level racing group number 1 is Mustafa Amine. Your winner of your Moza racing group number 2, Robert Kwasinski. Your winner of your Big Duck Club group number 3 was Deshaun Hack, and your 3D Rap group number 4 winner is Alexander Element in a nail biter against Jaden Cathcart. I think Jaden just pushed it hard, knew he had to push it hard because the gap opened coming up the straightaway and got baited into just getting a little bit too aggressive. I think Element was going for that later apex, but that is your Traxion Final Four. Those are your 4 drivers that will compete for their steps on the podium. One of them will be going home with ESDA gold. The other 3 will be going home with a renewed sense of self, I guess. But don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Our final commercial break of the day as we get this final lobby set up for you. The best drifting of the day is yet to come. Stay tuned to ESDA round number 2, presented by Traxion from Interlagos. Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by TraxionGG. Bring you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit TraxionGG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh! Oh no! Oh! Oh!
Unbroken.
you anything. You build them up while they tear you down, but still you never give up. You never give up.
They want to fire as you hope to rise. It was most of lies like you broke inside. I know it's all love, I just gotta complain. I got your back with a rise to the flames. You'll be at it again.
I won't let go, and nothing can stop me. I'm broken.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4 hours of some of the hottest drifting action you'll find on the internet today has come down to this. 4 drivers left vying for the top spot of the podium of the ESDA presented by Traxion round number 2 here in Brazil at Interlagos. We have had an excellent day of battle so far. Joe, joining me up in the booth. My name is Keenan Kuzin, joined in the booth by Joe Piro. Joseph, what a day, and it's down to 4 more drivers.
I know, and it's not just us having a fun day today. We got our lovely producer, Strix9 Pulsatrix, Hex Valentine feeling under the weather, but we have Ian Plash here. Hi, Ian. How are you today?
Hi.
Hi. And we also have judges, 3 lovely judges. We got Harold McKinney, Ben Naley, and Nathan Rudder to make this all happen. So, Keenan, we're in the Final 4. We've seen some crazy battles. How do you think this is going to go in our Final 4 here?
Take a look at this left side of the bracket. Both these guys have not battled in hours, so they're going to be a little bit rusty. The guys on the right side of the bracket are a little bit more fresh. Deshaun Hack and Alexander Element, that is going to be a barn burner, but to get there, we have to go with Mustafa. I almost did it. Mustafa Amine against Robert Kwasinski. One of these drivers is moving on to the Final 4. The loser will be battling for 3rd place.
Super excited to see it. So our drivers, they're already lined up. They're already ripping to go. We got Mustafa in his RX-8, leading Robert Kwasinski in his 370Z. This is the top 4 battle, so let's get excited here. This is almost zero hero status as soon as we get the battle going. Everyone's going to be leaving everything out on the track here, Keenan. I can't wait.
Yeah, there's nothing left now other than to go for it. Joe, run number 1 of our Final 4 starts now.
Excellent. And Mustafa throws it in. There might be a little bit of contact there from Robert as he got real cheeky on that initiation, coming through the first transition of the track, leaving a little bit of space in the lead. But Robert has no chill in the chase, making sure that Mustafa knows that Robert is there through the decel zone. No real aggressive contact or anything like that, and across the line in an overall pretty mellow run. Nothing crazy really happened besides that initiation. They just went really hard.
Yeah, nice and strong from both these guys, both with JX team logos on their vehicles. Mustafa again in that RX-8 in the lead position. Super strong chase from Robert. Robert having the event of his life right now, but having to have to take out the powerhouse that is Mustafa Amine, doing his best in the lead position. But Robert Kwasinski, you can tell these guys practice more than once or twice. Big angle coming into that last corner, but Robert ready for it. All the pressure, maybe a little bit wide there from Amine at the end. But switching positions now. Here we go, run number 2.
Excellent. And yeah, Robert Kwasinski now in the lead. I think he can go in and throw it hard as Mustafa Amine in the chase will do everything he can to just glue it to Robert's door and show the judges that he deserves to be in that top battle here.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, run number 2. Robert in the lead position in the 370Z. Oh, what is happening to Robert Kwasinski? Commentators curse coming off that zone so early, almost looking like technical issues. But that is going to leave the door wide open to the man with the chase run of the day, Mustafa Amine. Going to see a little bit of pressure on his teammate. Open the door, putting on a show for the fans at home. But I think that is Robert Kwasinski's hopes for battling for a round win here in ESDA dashed in turn 1.
That was overall a little bit sloppier than needed to happen today. Mostly just because all of the driving today has been perfect. It really has. Besides a tiny battle here and there, and no one's recovered from a tiny mistake like that yet today. So I think that's enough to maybe have Mustafa feeling pretty confident at this point, Keenan, where both drivers, while they both had great runs, but I think overall that was a big enough mistake.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what happened there. I lost him in the smoke, and then all of us, he just gripped up. Like, I'm not quite sure what happened to Robert there, but unless there's something crazy that we missed here in the booth, I think that is all going to be going for Mustafa Amine. But we'll find out. Amine, we'll find out here right now.
So we're waiting for a NASA Power Cycle protocol of a judging board here, but we're going to slide him left for Mustafa Amine and slide him right for Robert Kwasinski, or keep him in the middle for an OMT. I think we're going to see here slowly. Die moves to Mustafa. 2 for Mustafa, securing him a spot in the finals. And Nathan going to make sure that we know it was unanimous. Don't worry, Robert. We'll see you in our third place battle shortly.
Yeah, it's not over for Robert Kwasinski. He will be battling for third place, but who will he be battling? We are about to find out. Our second of our Traxion Final Four battles today. Deshaun Hack, Alexander Element, 2 very different paths on how they made it here, especially with their final battle. Deshaun having to take out his teammates to even get here. I'm lying. I lied to you. Taking out Andrejev, Nico Stalia, and Samuel Kuti to make it here. An Element having to take out Masashi Yoshida, Hugo Black, and Jaden Cathcart. So 2 of Deshaun's teammates. Deshaun maybe looking for a little bit of redemption here, not making the Final Four at Long Beach, though being driver of the day, but also looking to take out the heavyweight that is Alexander Element. Here we go.
And Alexander Element, no matter once, is doing his best to finish on that podium. And honestly, at this point, almost hard for him to not do so if he doesn't mess up with how he's been driving today. Big initiation, putting a little bit of a gap in. And Deshaun finally, mixing up what that weird entry was all day, at least from my camera angle. There it is. Sucking right up to Alexander Element's door as they go up the hill, and Deshaun leaving a little bit of space, being on the brakes a little bit early to make sure that there's no contact coming out of that zone and across the line. And it seems like Deshaun Hack has learned from everything that went on earlier today and is in it to win it, excited, and wants to contest for a win today.
You want to think that maybe his teammates said, hey, buddy, here's what you got to look out for. I mean, Element's got the blood of Ascent on his hands, and he's trying to move ahead in this tournament. But I think that information being passed on to Deshaun Hack may be an advantage to him. Cutting a little bit of angle was Deshaun to be able to keep up with Element, but Element's been doing that all day, and it's been paying off for him. Then moving into that last inner clip, huge charge from Deshaun Hack at the end. An Element with no response. We're going to have to see a hell of a chase run from Alexander right now.
Oh, I definitely think we will. And so now the heat is on. The pressure is turned up. Deshaun Hack basically really has to run the best lead he's run all day. Alexander Element has to be super aggressive in the chase, not just fast, but consistent as well. And we'll see what happens here, Keenan, as they set off.
Deshaun Hack in the lead, team is set. Alexander Element in the chase position. Good job from Deshaun, big angle. He missed a little bit of that first inner clip on his chase run. I think Alexander Element is knowing that he's got maybe a bit of an advantage, putting on super pressure in the chase right now. He's going to have to dive in heavy here, but Deshaun's going to throw a big angle. He actually does it and goes a little bit shallow to try to open up the gap, but Alexander Element read him like a book, put him back on the shelf, and said, I don't even need to leave the library. I'm already done.
Nerd, I'm already in the library. So Alexander Element, no chill from that man at all. Deshaun Hack gave it his all, but that Ferrari's hooked up today. That Ferrari, even watching the replays, just look, you can see even at a glance the difference all over. That thing is just so fast.
Yeah, bunch of speed in that 599XX, but Deshaun has been no slouch in terms of pace today either. So again, we could be in the car. I would think Deshaun's chase was a bit more impactful, but way consistent with Alexander Element. Who's going to get the nod here? We're about to find out.
As we slide him left for Deshaun Hack, slide him right for Alexander Element, keep him in the middle for an OMT, and we will determine who goes on to battle for third place and who is battling for all of the cookies. So let's see what happens here. 1 for Alexander Element. And so Alex does confirm he will be going on to the finals, and 3 for Alex. So Deshaun Hack will go on here to the third place. Mustafa Amine going in to be battling Alexander Element. There we go. Super excited, Keenan, overall. So, I think maybe our third place battle will be just as crazy as our first place battle. I'm going to be real about it.
Yeah, I mean, both. This is for almost more impactful. You are either on the podium or you're not if you win this battle. That is going to Deshaun Hack from Team Ascent in the chase position in the GTR. Heck of a day for Deshaun, qualifying, I believe, 23rd against Krasinski's 12th. So Krasinski going to be leading here. Deshaun in the chase, JX team against Ascent. Both these guys with super, super strong team dynamics. Going to be awesome to see them battle here again. The winner will be getting third place. The loser will be kicked off the podium.
There we go. So I think we are ready to see this battle here, Keenan, as our drivers are waiting and lights on, lights out, and away we go. Both drivers feathering the throttle a little bit, but here we go. Right on each other's doors, immediately into the first outside zone. And again, through the transition, no chill at all from Deshaun Hack, giving no space to transition as Robert just leads up that hill going as fast as he can, but Deshaun Hack's R35, those Ascent R35s, like you said earlier, they are amazing.
What a chase run from Deshaun Hack. Ladies and gentlemen, again, vote for your driver of the day at discord.com/Traxion. Because Deshaun Hack's trying to make it 2 for 2 right now with that chase. Amazing job from Deshaun. Not to take anything away from Robert in the lead position, but right across the bumper was that transition in chase for Deshaun. Almost no, like you saw a little bit of lag there on production side. I assure you, in the sim, there was absolutely none whatsoever. No contact at all, just knowing where that lead car is, timing it perfectly, making up for his mistakes for the day. Deshaun wants that bronze medal, but he's got to go through Robert to get it.
Oh, he definitely does. And I think Deshaun has the car underneath him to do it, especially. I think that R35 might be a little bit faster than Robert's 370Z, and we'll see what happens here in the second battle for third place. This might be it all that we see from these two drivers for the rest of the day. So I'm sure, Keenan, they are driving 10 tenths here.
Yeah, they're going to give it 110%, 120, 150%. This could be either of them's last run of the day. Robert Krasinski in the chase position. The JX team 370Z leading is Deshaun Hack in Team Ascent, who's had an excellent showing today, but Robert Krasinski is trying to play spoiler with all that proximity in the chase. Back again is the 370Z driver trying to put all the pressure on Deshaun Hack. It's such a huge discrepancy in vehicle size going into the last slowdown zone. A little bit shallow is Robert. I've expected a big charge there, but not gonna get it as he put all of his proximity barrels or proximity eggs in the first couple of corners baskets. Really thought we were going to see some foot brake there, Joe, and see him throw big angle to do a big charge. Just did not happen. So I think he's just confident in his lead.
I think overall, though, that R35 under Deshaun just has a lot of speed to get up that hill as well. Those R35s are just gripped up and great to go. So just a heads up, everybody, we will not be announcing our winners for third place battle nor our finals until we get everyone lined up, just for the show business of it all, you know, like it's just lovely. So let's see here as we watch our replays here. Both drivers doing excellent.
It seems like where one was, their leads are pretty comparable from what I can tell. It seems, Joe, like in their chases, that Robert had a stronger first half and Deshaun had a better second half.
Yes, and I think we do have a non-OMT call here. So we're going to move on now to our finals of the day. 32 drivers showed up this morning, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and now we all have shell shock after the battle that we went through. So Mustafa Anime up against Alexander Element. My brain's just mush at this point as well.
Man, I've been saying Amine for literally a whole season and nobody's corrected me, and all of a sudden today we're like, it's Amine. I'm like, well, anyway, Alexander Element in the Ferrari making his way into the final. He was on the podium, or he was in the top 4. I believe he was on the podium at Long Beach, but this is going to be a huge points day for him because everybody else who was on the podium at Long Beach ain't here. So great, consistently good job from Element. Going to be a good points day for him regardless. But if he wants to be on the top step of the podium, he's got to take out Mustafa Amine, who has been on an absolute rampage through this bracket, taking out the likes of Darren Baker, Mikhail Mordvinov, and Joachim Hauge, your #1 qualifier to even make it this far. Ladies and gentlemen, it does not David versus Goliath, but it sure feels like it. Who's going to get the win here? Is it Element in the Ferrari, or will the JDM team have something to hang their hat on? Will Mustafa Amine taking home the win? We're about to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, it is your first place battle here at Interlagos.
And we are lined up here. That RX-8 of Mustafa in the lead, Alexander Element in the chase, ripping through the gate into the initiation, through the decel zone. No chill from Alexander. Mustafa laying down the Control-C, Control-V lead that he has this entire time, unconcerned that Alexander is going as hard as he can in that chase position without causing contact through the second decel zone. Again, no contact from both the drivers. Alexander leaving tire marks all over that RX-8's door.
Wow.
Across the line. Jeez,
Wow.
Keenan. Both drivers are in it to win it today.
I think Element heard us saying that Amine has maybe one of the chase runs of the day. He said, no, I want the chase run of the day. Excellent job keeping it nice and consistent. I don't think he ever fell back more than about a quarter of a car length, stayed right there. We've seen him kind of cut angle to be able to keep up with guys, but he did not feel the need to do that as much, if at all, against Mustafa Amine. Very, very good job on Amine, showing why he is our #3 qualifier, I believe.
8.
I lied. 8 is close to 3, except for the fact that it's not at all. But still, one of our strongest qualifiers that were left in the final 4. Excellent lead run, but we've seen him bring the heat in the chase. He's going to need to bring the heat, the sun, the moon, everything he's got to be able to pull this win off against Alexander Element.
Yes, Alexander Element now in the lead, needing to try and put a gap in here to prevent Mustafa Amine from getting in how Alexander did in his chase as well. Because right now, both drivers, I think, are sitting on basically flawless runs.
Amine in the chase position. Element in the lead. Here's your second run of your finals. Good job from Mustafa so far. Right out of the door. He's not afraid. A little bit of contact, but both drivers stay in it. Maybe one tire off for Alexander Element due to the contact. Amine has got nothing to lose now. He's going to have to push it onto the door of Alexander Element, and he does side by side as they cross the line.
Oh my gosh, Keenan. Oh my gosh. There was some actual contact, but both drivers held on and wanted to finish that battle. The respect and the competitiveness from both of these drivers to drive that hard. I don't know. That contact is going to be the deciding factor, I think, for first place today, Keenan.
Yeah, he had no choice but to bring everything and more. Had a little bit of contact with Element there, so that will be a discussion for the judging call. Don't like to see that in the finals, but it is what it is when they're driving this hard, especially with the chase that Element brought to the table. Mustafa knew full well that he had to bring everything and more here. It is going to come down to that contact, whether Element checked up a little bit, whether Mustafa drove in too hard, but whoa, golly, we're gonna have a winner here, but golly gee, what a final.
Golly gee willikers, Batman. We're gonna make it through it no matter what here, but both drivers going nose to nose, as our judges are deliberating overall. I think it was a close battle, but I really do think that contact might be the deciding factor.
It is.
But then it's just a question of who's at fault there. I know it's not a decel zone, so I'm sure the judges will be watching that very, very closely. And unless we get an OMT, that will be the last battle of the day, and both drivers definitely drove like it.
And
we will see.
I don't know what it is about Interlagos. I mean, not to take anything away from Long Beach. Long Beach was a fun round, but these guys, again, just getting comfortable with the ESDA season, with their vehicles, with their chassis, and the driving today has been so much fun. I don't know, better, worse, whatever. It's just been fun. And again, Mustafa getting super aggressive in these chase runs with us. We're getting asked to show big replay of run number 2. Again, this is where this is going to be won or lost. It is so hard to tell if Element choked up just a little bit to make sure he didn't overshoot. It's hard to tell if Mustafa Amine just didn't get aggressive, knowing he had to put everything on the table to get this win over Element. Element, has been successful and all over the place in esports drifting. So has Mustafa, but only one of them can win.
Yes, only one will win, and the judges making sure that no one is going to be disappointed in a call like that, making sure that the winner does deserve said win. And I think that due to contact, we won't be seeing an OMT. I didn't see anything else that would be equivalent to balance out an OMT even. So I think overall we're going to see a winner here for sure, Keenan.
It was not even just a contact, Joe. I believe I saw a little bump, regardless of who's at fault, and I may have even seen a tire off as a result of that. So if there's just a little tap and they can both continue without it affecting either of them too much, I don't think we're having this conversation right now. But I think I saw a tire off from Alexander Element, which obviously the contact would cause that mistake.
As well.
And it puts a lot more weight onto that contact rather than them just rubbing doors a little bit.
Yes, I definitely saw that tire as well. So I think that it might, I don't know. I'm sure that the judges are fine-tooth comb. Yeah, there's as I'm watching the replay over and over, there's definitely. So, but
it's so hard to tell from these cameras. And I mean, when I was watching it from Chase camera, I couldn't tell either. So good GLHF judges. I think they're going to have to pull up the telemetry for this one.
Yeah, I think they definitely are. Just going to watch gas, brake, everything to make sure that everything is exactly as they thought it happened. And that's one of the great perks of sim drifting is we can actually go back and we can slow down. We can watch exactly the control inputs to make sure that what we think happened. And sometimes the judging takes a little bit longer, but we can get into the nitty gritty that sometimes real life doesn't even allow. And I'm excited to see what comes of that.
Yeah, there's a fun bonus of having doing this with pretend race cars is we get to look at inputs, we get to look at brake, e-brake, throttle, wheel speed, position, wheel position, everything. There is nowhere to hide. What does Jared Dander call the drone truth serum? If that's truth serum, I don't know what you want to call this.
MK Ultra.
Yeah, a little bit, because there is nowhere for you to hide if the judges want to look. So we do, I believe, have a decision. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a winner, and it is for the first time this season. Get everybody down to the podium, and we will announce your top 3 today for your ESDA presented by Traxion round number 2 from Interlagos. Joe, this track looked so cool when they announced it. We did our media day here on Traxion, which will be the Monday before every event. So our next media day where we'll be revealing our round number 3 track will be July 18th at 5 p.m. Eastern time. I hope to see you guys here. Watch the pros learn the track and discuss what we saw today, but it paid off in droves. What a round.
And speaking of track, as soon as this event's over on Vosen, you can download this track and drive it yourselves. And I gotta say, it's a pretty fun track, high speed. And you can see why the drivers were driving so well. It's a hard track, but it's a fun track, so all of the drivers want to really show off. So be sure to check that out, everybody.
Yeah, I mean, support the people that support us. Vosen's been doing, not to say that the rest of our sponsors haven't been stepping up, with Traxion coming in huge and giving us a home for the season. Next Level Racing giving away tons of prizes. And speaking of our prizes, ladies and gentlemen, our good friend Devin's going to take you through what these drivers are fighting for.
This season's competitors will be battling for a slice of the $1,600 money pool and a whole lot more thanks to our sponsors. This year's $300 top team and $100 Rookie of the Year prizes are presented by Big Duck Club. The Rookie of the Year will also win a Wheel Stand 2.0 from Next Level Racing. The season champion will be awarded $600 in addition to the FGT Elite Simulation Chassis and ERS1 seat from Next Level Racing, an R16 wheelbase RS Racing wheel, CRP pedals, and RM Digital Dash from Mazda Racing, and an Akina handbrake from 3D Wrap. Second place will be awarded $400 and an FGT Simulator cockpit from Next Level Racing. ESDA would like to thank our sponsors for supporting esports drifting, and viewers like you for watching our competition. Thank you. Now back to the studio.
Ladies and gentlemen, there can be only one winner. Once again, thanks to all the brands and groups that make ESDA possible. As we just talked about it, Traxion giving us a home for this season. Big Duck Club stepping up. Next Level Racing stepping up huge. Thank you to everybody. We'll give them a proper thank you here at the end, as well as Vosen, 3D Wrap, Moza. But before we can, do a little bit more plugging, which is my favorite part of the broadcast, to be honest, we have to announce who will be walking away with, I just saw chat, who will be walking away with podium positions. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of our third place battle, Joseph, if you would like to spoil it for us.
Oh, I love spoiling things. So the winner of our third place battle between Robert Kwasinski and Deshaun Hack is the Robert Kwasinski taking the win in that third place battle. But now we're going to go and see who takes it all going from there.
Yeah, congratulations to Robert Krasinski taking down Deshaun Hack, who looked like he was absolutely on a tear. Again, all you Deshaun fans, it is not over. You can win Driver of the Day 2 times in a row! Discord in the chat to join the Traxion Discord and vote for your Driver of the Day. But ladies and gentlemen, your winner, first time winner, I do believe, here in the Esports Drift Association. I'm so excited to announce that your winner here at Brazil, round number 2, is... Congratulations to Mustafa Amine. We messed up his name for a year, and it came back for a victory. Amine, he's on the top. Ladies and gentlemen, Mustafa Amine for JX Team is your winner here today at round number 2 of ESDA presented by Traxion at Interlagos. And we're going to see if we can get a word with Mustafa so we can learn how to pronounce his name correctly. But ladies and gentlemen, they viewed the contact being at fault of Element. They checked the tape, they checked the telemetry, and said that it was unfortunately a mistake on Element's part. But fortunately for Mustafa, he will be taking the top step of the podium, and he's just needed one. I've heard so many things about this guy and how good he is. I think he just needed one good day here in ESDA. And Joe, I would call a good day today being a good day for him an understatement.
No, everybody had a good day today. Let's be real. So to go in, everybody's driving on the top of their form to come in and just win it all with a lot of effort, let's be real, but it looked pretty effortless in the driving. That was some of the best driving I've seen in a Sasto course this far. Just full stop. I'm going to be real about it.
Genuinely terrifying how consistent and how in control he was. We're going to see if we can get a word with Mustafa. He is in the waiting room. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for round number 1, if it lets me drag him, there he is, Mustafa Amine. I'm sorry for saying your name wrong for literally a whole year. Hopefully we can get this rectified today, here, now. But congratulations, my friend. First place. How are we feeling right now?
Speechless. And I am mad because you keep effing up my name. So it's Mustafa Amine. But
all right, I'll get it by round 5. I promise.
It's all good.
We'll get it.
Maybe by 2023 we'll figure it out. We're not a we're a little bit of a simple bunch here. But man, I mean, I just said it before. You've had strong showings in other series before. I believe this is the first time on top of the ESDA podium. What was different about today?
Honestly, it was we put more effort, me and Robert and the rest of the JX team. Shout out. We did our homework, and we stuck to what we're doing, and we kept reminding ourselves during the battles what to do. And it came a long way, and you see the results. Me and Robert, top step. So I'm really thankful for my team and my supporters, and I want to thank the judges for being on point today. They spotted a lot of controversial calls, and they did a great job with that. So overall, 10 out of 10 event today, and I'm really happy.
Yeah, man. Speaking of 10 out of 10, you had a couple of runs that had us out of our seats here. Super fun to watch. Was there a run that stood out for you today, either chase run or lead run? I'm sure you've spoiled for choice.
I would say my battle against Joachim Hauge. I knew he was on the top of the qualifying, and I was chasing first, so I had to put it on him, which I did, and I almost died on every transition. So I was happy I got to pull that off without making mistakes in my previous events.
I think the only note we had from the judges on that was God tier chase. I think that's the only thing they told us in the studio. But congratulations, my friend. Learning your name is going to be a little bit easier now that we're going to have to remember it.
Yes.
But if there's anybody you want to thank, I'm going to try, man. I'm not.
I'm okay with Mufasa anime. So
Whatever you want.
Congratulations, my dude. The floor is yours. If anyone sponsors, teammates, anybody you want to thank, now's the time.
I want to say, Sean, use a B word, and you should sponsor me. and thank you to my team and everyone was cheering for me in the chat. And I guess give the mic to somebody else. I'm out.
Thank you, dude. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
So we had Mustafa. I don't know if Alex's English is incredibly correct, but Robert Buzinski, our third place driver, is in the waiting room. Joe, do you have a microphone?
I have a microphone, in fact. I'm going to chase him down here. Robert.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Robert. How are you today getting third place? How are you feeling?
I feel great, not only for my third place, but the win of Tafa. My Habibi, we worked super hard to deliver this, and in our battle, unfortunately, I have made mistake, but internally, we have other battle between each other, who push more. In this case, it was draw. I hope we can see next time the finals next round.
Oh, I'm super excited knowing that you two are friends now. Was there any battle in particular that you were super excited going into or super nervous about during this competition, or was it all just so intense?
First of all, I was a bit nervous about my first battle. Of course, it was top 32. It always there's the most nervous about this, but the Zach is one of the most experienced drivers, so I'm super happy that I was able to pull it away. And of course, our battle with Tafa, because we practiced a lot, and unfortunately this time it was my mistake, but I hope I can push his door next time.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And anyone else you want to thank right now? Sponsors, friends, family, dogs, anybody?
So I would like to shout out my teammate, Jake's team. Of course, Tafa for spotting me today. Ryan for a lot of practice, and as I said, whole JX team, they are great. I speechless right now.
Well, thank you so much, Robert. Really amazing driving today. Amazing driving, and we appreciate you so much. So have a lovely day, Robert. Congratulations on third place.
Thank you, guys.
Of
See
course.
you next round.
And so now we go back to our lovely studio. I'm running back up there, Keenan. There's a lot of steps, man. It's hard.
I'm such a JX team fan. That was so wholesome.
They're great.
They're just stoked for each other, and like they all worked really hard, and it seemed like a super team effort. I'm super stoked for these guys right now. This is awesome. Not to take anything away from anyone else who competed today. This was probably, we've watched a lot of drifting here at ESDA, especially in Assetto Corsa over the last season and a half, and might be one of the strongest rounds in terms of, we were like lightly missing zones. Little mistakes were the difference between moving on and losing today. We had some upsets. We had some amazing battles. But Mustafa, Amine, Mufasa Anime is taking the top step of the podium today. Ian, do you have a microphone right now? Do you have a microphone in front of you?
It's across the room, but I can move it. Hello.
So as somebody who's been in the background, so obviously, again, shout out to Hex Valentine, who just wasn't feeling. He's in the West Coast time zone, so he's got to get up like 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock in the morning to be able to show up for these. So he wasn't feeling what the weather. Was feeling under the weather, and Ian had a day off today. So for you, who's been around for forever as well, thoughts, opinions, concerns, criticisms?
Well, I'm definitely liking this round. It was one of my favorite layouts, I would say, for really exciting and a good dynamic of tandem. Like there were multiple spots where like you just slow down big for a couple. There's a couple of big sweeps, and there's that really high speed section into the final corner, right? So really, it just kind of brings out the best in all forms of like what you need to be the complete package for a successful competitive drift driver. And it just the high speed nature of that last corner was always the wild card. I was really always keeping my eyes in the cars, just barreling down the straightaway into the corner. It's just a lot of fun. The drivers out here just keep bringing out a higher level of competition every single time that they come out and they fire up their race cars. And I personally can't wait to hopefully be a part of the next one, but if not, definitely be watching over on Traxion.
Yeah, and again, and ladies and gentlemen, if you had a driver that didn't, just because one guy won, one guy didn't, doesn't mean you can't vote for him. We had Deshaun Happy, our driver of the day, around number 1. Head on over to the Traxion Discord and start the conversation to see which one of your drivers will be up for the nominations for driver of the day. And Joe, again, before we head out here, it was nice. Ian, first of all, thanks you for being here. For when Rogers decided to be Rogers again today, it was nice to have you.
I like Roger.
We're not Roger fans here. But Joe, again, we're done here in Brazil. Well, we're wrapping up here in Brazil. massive day. But again, takeaways from this round.
I'm super excited. This was one of the most fun competitive drift circuits I've seen in any platform, real life or anything. Really cool elevation changes. All of the drivers were on point. At some points, it was almost boring to watch a lot of it, just due to how high level all of the the runs were. It was the same run over and over and over again, which really shows you that. So I'm excited. I'm already packing up my bags at the hotel to travel to our next event, man. So I'm just excited to be here along for the ride.
And speaking of next event, ladies and gentlemen, our big cheese, our large fromage of Harold McKinney, initial die. What's up, die? How are we feeling? How are we doing?
Feeling great. It was a tough weekend for the judges.
Yeah, no kidding.
We had, I mean, this is one of our closest qualifying events that we probably had on this game so far. I mean, the lowest score was a 90.5. So, I mean, and from the 32 to the finals, everybody drove well. It was a pretty close event. So it was a great event. I enjoyed judging it.
And moving on to our next event, and we haven't announced yet.
No.
I mean, we might be able to announce the overarching location, because this is a world tour. We started off in the U.S., moved to South America, and our next event on July 29th and July 30th, 29th being our qualifying and 30th being our top 32 die. I'm not going to tell you tell us exactly where, but give the sauce, boss.
Yeah, so we will be going to, will be another new track this year on the schedule, but we will be going across seas. So
overseas. Ooh,
I can't swim though, dude. That's kind of weird.
I will start flapping now, and I can give you a ride.
Sick. Poggers, as the kids would say. I've always wanted to do
The
that.
youths.
But again, just it was a hard day for you guys, especially when you hear from drivers the judging's been good, then the judging must have been good, because they're always mad at you guys. They're always upset with you. So great job from you guys today, and thanks for letting us know. Again, keeping his cards pretty close to the chest, but from somebody who knows what this round 3 track is, I think you guys are gonna like it. It's a nice shout out to our past, but also looking forward to our future.
Super excited.
For sure, yep. We done our homework and we want to give everybody a good show, and we did our work on the tracks and make sure it flows and make sure it's going to be good battles. So the next round will be, going to probably be another, if it's anything like this round for qualifying, it's going to probably be the same next round. So.
And before we get into that, again, just before remind you guys that event will be July 29th and July 30th. 29th being the Friday will be our qualifying, and 30th at the noon Eastern time, once again here on TraxionGG, will be your full event, with July 18th being our media day. You want to see these guys learn the track ahead of time? You want to see the track before anybody else? Be here at 5 p.m. Eastern time on July 18th for our ESDA media day. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe, unless I'm forgetting anything, that is it for us today.
That is it. Like
Before
to thank all the sponsors and everything. Yep. I mean, thank all the sponsors from Mazda, Next Level, 3D Rap, Big Duck Club, Vosen. Thank you guys for continued support. The community is really loving you guys, and paying back with the sponsors are really loving the support you guys giving them on social media. So yeah, really like to appreciate everybody, the audience, the drivers, and the sponsors.
We understand here at Sim Drifting it's a little bit different than what you guys are used to in sim racing. So thank you to all the brands, supporters, and sponsors that have made this championship this season possible, with prizes. Traxion stepping up big and helping us on the media team. We've never felt, I think I can speak for the whole team here. I have personal bias, obviously, but I don't think we've ever felt more at home since we've started this whole thing, since being on Traxion. So thank you to everybody over at Traxion and the whole team for supporting us and getting involved with sim drifting. And again, join the Discord. We'll see you guys over there. But
also, I want to add another thing. The track, if nothing is we need to update on the track for public, but the track will be going public either tonight or tomorrow.
It's already up. Vosen already tweeted it.
Vosen already tweeted? Perfect.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Vosen. They're always on point with everything. Appreciating that.
So on behalf of everybody here, behalf of Strix Pulsatrix, who again has taken this ball and run with it on the production side, I think it's only going to be getting better. On behalf of Ian Plash, who donated his Saturday to be here and help when my internet just decided not to work. On behalf of Harold, Nathan, Ben, all in the judging booth. Steve O'Connor, or Steve Connor, not O'Connor. It's not Fast and Furious.
Wait a minute.
Steve Connor, who works so hard behind the scenes. He's one of the unsung heroes of ESDA. He's part of the reason all these sponsors have jumped on board and helped provide an awesome season for you guys. On behalf of myself and Hex Valentine and myself, thank you everyone for watching this round number 2 of the ESDA Esports Association presented by Traxion from Interlagos. Until we meet again, good night, everybody.